I saw the betting odds, and it was Houston, the Dodgers, the Mets, 1, 2, 3 in Vegas. I thought to myself, wow, the National League's loaded, and I had to remind myself the Astros are in the American League.
Yeah, and you know that they were in the old school NL West with the Dodgers.
See, I think what Manfred is doing, I believe the more interleague play, the more we've had it, the more it sort of softened the fact that one team's an American League, one team's a National League. Because I can watch games now, and it can be Royals versus Cardinals, and I don't think it's American League versus National League anymore. And we don't have designated hitter anymore, so there's nothing other than the title that separates the American and the National League now.
Yeah, but I still like the old school pennants. I really do.
I do too. So there can be too much change for you in baseball.
Absolutely. And I thought baseball was pretty healthy right now with this television contract. Did you not?
Oh, it is healthy, but they're trying to.
But if you're going regional, it seems like you're cutting cost a little bit.
Well, I don't know if it would change the schedule. I think what they're trying to do is like who are the Braves' rivals? Let's just do that.
The Mets.
But for a lot of people, because
it was the Dodgers for
the
a long
longest
time.
period of time, for a lot of our viewers' childhood, it was the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Right?
But now it's the Mets, the Phillies.
Yeah, the Braves were never the Dodgers' rivals, right?
No, I mean, it's always been San Francisco.
It's San Francisco, and to some degrees, it's the Yankees. Here's the proposed realignment from Jim Bowden. Red Sox, Mets, Yankees, Phillies in the East. In the North, Reds, Guardians, Tigers, Blue Jays, the Mid-Atlantic, the Southeast. I mean, Braves, Marlins, Nashville expansion team, and the Rays. I mean, that's
good news for the Braves.
Yeah, it would be.
I tell you, the East again, and look, the American League East is always difficult. But the Red Sox, the Mets, the Yankees, and the Phillies.
Yeah, but that's Red Sox, Mets, Yankees, Phillies. How much TV time would that division get,
Too
right?
much. Yeah, don't mess with it.
Meanwhile, the North would get nothing. With the Reds, the Guardians, the Tigers, and the Blue Jays, you get no TV there. Interesting. That guy's connected. We'll see if baseball moves in that direction. But more traditional stuff this weekend. The 75th, I believe, Daytona 500. And, of course, huge college basketball as we get ready for Selection Sunday in March Madness. All right, we're back with you 9 a.m. Central Time on Monday. If you're watching us live, if you're catching us on the replay, a new show starts here at the top of the hour on the app. Always available on download, Apple Podcast, Spotify Podcast, and wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that next round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
187 days away from week 0 of college football. Some of you got really excited about A.J. McCarron this past weekend in the XFL. We got our best and worst of the weekend coming up and a lot more. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown. Tyler's in for Rockstar for a few more weeks. Rockstar still on the road killing it with the Black Jacket Symphony. Forrester, Lunsford, and Taylor Korn, everything social media. Happy birthday to our buddy Charles Barkley, who's 60 today. We'll hear from Sir Charles a little bit later on after he was at the All-Star game this weekend. But basketball is where we start. We've got Auburn with a loss that a lot we're not expecting this weekend, but we'll start with the fact that the selection committee got together and threw out the top 16 seeds, according to them, at 22 days away from Selection Sunday when they did that Saturday morning. We sit here 20 days away now, and Alabama's the number 1 overall seed, according to the committee. And LT and Brownie, you look at history, since they've been doing this in 2017, 65 of the 80 number 1 seeds unveiled have held on to the number 1 seed, so it looks like it's going to be hard for Alabama to fall off the 1 line down the stretch here.
Well, I don't know. I mean, look, it's not inconceivable for Alabama to lose 2 games, and if Houston doesn't lose again,
No, off the 1 line. Like
yeah. Okay,
like to a 2 seed,
1 overall. Yeah. No, I agree with that. And obviously, there was a little controversy. Mick Cronin, UCLA's head coach, which I was totally wrong on. I thought that they would be that 4th one.
You did. They're the exact opposite. He says they're getting the shaft.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't know if you guys saw it. He said they're blaming it on the fact that they're leaving the conference. They're a lame duck.
Yeah, so for those that missed it, what he is saying is if they advance to the Sweet 16 Elite 8, they got to go all the way east.
Yeah, New York.
They don't get to play in Arizona. They got to play all the way east to New York. And he says it's a conspiracy, I tell you.
Yeah.
He says like Warden Norton from Shawshank. It's a conspiracy.
Yeah. By the way, he's joining a conference that is all the way in the east.
Exactly. You're going to have to play Rutgers some, Jim.
Here's the seed list. Where do you find UCLA there?
That would be the last number 2.
Yeah, they're listed as the last number 2 there. That's the seed list from the NCAA selection committee, so the official list. But the point I wanted to bring up from this, and Cronin brings up a great point on UCLA being the last number 2, but for me, just how tough this whole NCAA tournament thing is. And if you've gone to the Final Four before with Auburn back at the time they've done it, or you've had a team in our footprint that's made it to the Final Four, you understand this. But for Alabama fans, just look at the region you'd be in, just in the Sweet 16. They were in a region with Baylor, Virginia, and red-hot Indiana. Those were the 4 teams that were seeded in their regional. So Sweet 16, Elite 8 to get to the Final Four, you'd have to beat 2 of those teams. That's how tough this tournament becomes.
Yeah, look, and you mentioned Indiana, obviously a tough team out of the Big Ten that's got an elite player. Baylor on a given Saturday can beat anybody, or a given game can beat anybody.
People describe them as the best 3 guards in America, the best 3-guard system in America.
I mean, but this tournament, I had a conversation with somebody over the weekend. It is so unpredictable because we were talking about Calcuttas that are coming up and how much this Alabama team will go for because there's so much Alabama, fandom here. And especially our one of the Odies. I mean, Alabama will probably go for $10,000.
Which is what is a normal overall number 1 seed?
Well,
put that in perspective.
Well, when Gonzaga, so the biggest number 1 ever to go price point was Duke with Zion.
Oh, I thought it would be Kentucky the year they weren't they unbeaten one time going into the tournament?
They were, but see, this thing is built over the years. So, from where it was 10 years ago to where it is now.
So Duke with Zion went for what?
I think it was like $18,000.
Yeah, all to charity, right? Yes.
All to charity.
All donations to charity.
It's funny money.
How much did the $18,000 guy win on Duke with Zion?
No, they lost.
I'm aware.
$18,000.
I'm aware.
Yeah. Every bit of it.
That was a donation.
Yeah.
Every cent.
They did not get to the Final Four. You don't get to the Final Four, you're not getting any money back on a number 1 overall seed. So, I think it's going to be interesting with Alabama. I think Alabama fans, if you told them, hey, look, you can just get to a Final Four, but it's going to be an Auburn situation from a few years ago where they lost to Virginia. You get there, but you're one and done. Alabama fans take it?
You get to the Final Four?
Yeah.
But you're one and done? I mean, it's hard to say I would take that if you're an Alabama fan because, you're that close to a national championship. It's hard to just wave the white flag, but getting to a Final Four is something your school's never done.
I know, but watching Alabama against Georgia and Vanderbilt, the bounce-back win after Oklahoma against Vanderbilt and then the bounce-back win after Tennessee against Georgia, that team, they look unbeatable at times.
They do.
Yeah, they've had 3 40-point or more wins in the SEC.
That's insane.
In SEC play.
Yeah. This is not Gonzaga at the West Coast.
Yep. This is the SEC. That's got 8 teams, according to Lunardi, going in, waiting for new Lunardi today. But 8 teams in the NCAA tournament, including Mississippi State, who hangs around on the bubble. But when you sit here and you look at Alabama's the number 1 overall seed, 20 days out, in a good place, and they just blitzed Georgia, 108-59, 13-1, staying 1 game ahead. And this is what's crazy. They could be a number 1 overall seed and technically be co-champions in the SEC if they win them all down the stretch. Played Texas A&M on that last day. A&M won again this weekend over Missouri, so they're hanging right there.
A&M continues to make me look like an idiot, which is not hard to do. I am one, but I continue to say, look, this team, they're living on borrowed time. They're going to start losing games. I went through the last 6 games of their schedule, and I think we had them at 2-4. They have already won 2 of those against Arkansas and at Missouri. I still maintain against Tennessee, who can be wildly inconsistent at times, at State, who's in the tournament, and then last game against Alabama. I don't think that last game against Alabama is going to end up mattering as far as the tournament championship.
I don't think so
the
either.
Conference
But
championship.
again, we do continue to doubt Chris Jans' team, or excuse me,
Buzz Peterson.
Buzz Peterson's team, Buzz Williams.
Buzz Williams.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, Buzz Williams' team. But they get better and better. They've won 7 of their last 8. I'm not going to be shocked if they're able to win 3 or 4 here.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So we have flipped on them. 3 out of 4. You think they could beat Tennessee at State and either at Ole Miss or against Alabama?
I think they could.
Deborah says if it stays the way it is, that A&M game will be epic at the end. Give me cut number 1, Nate Oates. After the Alabama win, before we get to the Auburn contest, what happened up in Nashville? Alabama goes out there. Brandon Miller is Brandon Miller again. By the way, Brandon Miller, the fastest Alabama player ever to 500 points in his career, the fastest ever. And he's only the 3rd to do it as a freshman. The other 2, Colin Sexton and Hollywood Robinson.
So is that in terms of games played? Fastest ever? Yeah.
Fastest
so
to 500.
Yeah, so that doesn't matter if you're a freshman and eligible or what. That's just games played, huh?
Yeah, I guess. It's a big accomplishment. I guess I'm not really surprised, though.
Yeah. Obviously, the 3-point line is going to change. That's going to wipe a lot of guys out early on.
But Colin Sexton and Hollywood Robinson during that time, the only other freshman to get to that point. Here's Nate Oates with cut number 1 here on how this team continues to battle back after their losses. It looks every time they lose a game, the next game looks a lot like the one we saw Saturday.
Yeah, I think our guys got a way about them, make sure that we're going to come out with a little bit different result. The practices were good. Film sessions were better. We've got a group that owns, what they need to get better at. We've talked pretty openly and regularly after losses, what was the issue and what do we got to get better at. They own it. They're going to make sure that doesn't pop up again as an issue, and I think for the most part, they've done a pretty good job of it. So that's pretty similar. The Oklahoma one was sort of disappointing than the Tennessee one. I thought the Oklahoma one, we just didn't bring the effort we needed to. Tennessee one, we just didn't handle their physicality very well at all and turned the ball over too much. But I thought we came and played pretty hard at Tennessee. We just turned the ball over too much with their physicality.
So they get the win there this past weekend. I was asking you, Brown, have they had a 2-game losing streak this year?
No. Alabama, no.
Yeah, they haven't? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they have yet to go back-to-back with the back-to-back losses there. That's good, but at some point you get to the time of year where you lose one and it's all said and done. You don't get a chance to have a game like you had on Saturday.
In fact, they had 4 games between their UConn and Gonzaga loss and 4 games between their Oklahoma and Tennessee loss. So that's the closest they've come to a back-to-back. So, no, they have not had a back-to-back loss at all.
For Alabama next, they're on the road at South Carolina coming up Wednesday. Auburn's got Ole Miss at home and then at Kentucky Rupp Arena this weekend for a Kentucky team that beat Tennessee for a second time. We'll get to Auburn in a second, but first LT tells us about his guy, Dr. B, getting that hair looking great for a Monday, kicking off a new week.
Yeah, our friend Dr. B is going to stop by here on Friday, by the way. My hair already 14% thicker again as we get older. The hair starts to thin out for a lot of us, unfortunately. When it starts to happen to you, be preemptive. Dr. Beckenstein, the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered that use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. T3hair.net. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results for more than 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training and genetic testing, to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316. You can also go to t3hair.net.
All right, so Auburn in a weird game up in Nashville, and not weird because of the facility, but first, hats off to Auburn fans. They sounded louder than Vandy fans in that contest up there at Memorial Gym. A lot of Auburn fans, a lot of Auburn orange in there, but in the end, Vandy gets a late bucket at the buzzer basically to beat Auburn 67-65 in that contest after Katie Johnson had hit a three-pointer. But the story of this game was free throw shooting from Liam Robbins. Their big guy was 3 of 10 from the floor, but he scored 24 points because he hit 17 of 20 free throws.
Yeah, and Vanderbilt overall, 27 free throws to Auburn's 10.
Yeah. Now,
again, this is something we bring up a lot.
Well, especially with Auburn, though. It gets brought up a lot with Auburn.
yeah, but so the question is, you're feeding it into Liam, the big guy. Is Auburn fouling, or are they calling it different at each end of the floor? It depends, I guess, on what you're looking at. I'm sure Vandy fans thought it was all legally called.
Yeah,
but
I didn't think it was
it's-
egregious watching it on Saturday night. It was just a good basketball game, and Liam Robbins is a difference maker. I mean, this is a Vanderbilt team now that has won 5 consecutive SEC games. When's the last time we saw that?
No, they're an improved team. Once they got whole, Jerry Stackhouse has them playing a little bit better. But it's still it's a tough loss for Auburn, according to all the bracketologists. Not one that knocks them out of the tournament, it doesn't appear.
But with every loss, you get
That's
a little
right.
closer, right?
That's right. And this hurts your quad 1, quad 2 record. If you watched the unveiling, there's a lot of talk about in quad 1, quad 2, this team is X, right? So that's going to hurt your combined quad 1 and 2 record there. I believe it gives them a losing record unless something has changed in those 2 quads combined. So that is tough there. We talked a lot this year about guard play for Auburn. When Wendell Green goes 2 of 14 from the field, that's going to be hard to win, especially on the road.
Well, your 3 starting guards in 72 minutes had 10 points.
Yeah.
Your bigs played well.
Yeah, your bigs played well, yeah.
Bigs were productive. The problem for Auburn now is this stretch coming up after Ole Miss.
Tough, man.
I mean, really, really brutal. And let's just say that Auburn goes 2-2 down this stretch.
I think that's probably enough, depending on who the 2 are.
Yeah, but cameras are going to be set up for CBS and ESPN.
Yeah.
It's going to be, one of those, we're going to go down to the plains.
Yeah. But if they've got to beat Ole Miss, okay? Yeah. They beat Ole Miss and win one of those other 3.
Should get it.
I think they'll be in the tournament.
But if they go 1-3 down this stretch, which would be technically a 1-4 stretch, really, so they've lost 4 of 5. They've lost 6 of 8.
Yeah, they've lost 4 straight on the road, which you've got at Kentucky and at Alabama coming up, and that Kentucky game becomes a big one this weekend because Kentucky is a team that has played its way with another good win, played its way back into the NCAA tournament. So there's an opportunity for you there. But right now, you start to wonder. They're playing. These are close losses on the road, but they're losses on the road, and I don't know what's not connecting at the end of the game for them.
I don't know, and I think a lot of it is guard play. I mean, that's when you want your guys to be able to take over, and the guards just aren't playing well right now. And Brown, we had Ron Slay on when you took off in the noon hour on Friday, and I asked him, what is Kentucky's ceiling? And he said, look, when they're playing their best, they can beat anybody. Watching them in the first half against Tennessee, they look like a team that can beat anybody.
They match up well with
I was
Tennessee.
about to say,
yeah,
Tennessee.
they do.
Yeah, that's got to be a good matchup for them. I mean, just to play the way they have played against Tennessee 2 times, once in Knoxville and once that style of play, while it got Alabama kind of uncomfortable, that style of play, Kentucky's very comfortable in that style of play, obviously.
But
now, I don't know how that benefits you in the NCAA tournament. You're not going to see many teams like that.
I mean, they were up 39-19 at halftime.
Yeah.
Man, they were playing great basketball.
Here's Bruce after the loss to Vandy, and you can hear it in his voice, and you can, again, depending where you're sitting, you can play it as, is he frustrated with his team down the stretch? Is he frustrated with the officiating down the stretch? Is he frustrated with both? Is he just frustrated? Here's Bruce Pearl.
Once again, they're really disappointed. Thought we played well enough defensively. Hold Vanderbilt, 6 below their number at home. Hold them to 20 field goals. And so I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Vanderbilt's won a game where they've had only 20 field goals. I mean, to get points in the paint like we got, 40 to 22. And between them, those guys make 14 two-point baskets. Liam Roberts was a handful. He made 3 two-point baskets, and he was 17 for 20 from the foul line. Hard to beat.
How do you explain outscoring a team by 20 points in the paint, but going to the line significantly less than them? How does that happen?
No explanation, Tobias. There really isn't much of an explanation for it.
I'm doing the long drink after that.
Yeah. There was an explanation. He just didn't want to say it and get fined. But, I mean, he does make a point. Look, I mean, I hate refs cost us the game talk. I hate it. And I'm not saying that. I'm not saying the refs beat Auburn by any stretch of the imagination. I will say the question is a legitimate one. Do you normally see a guy only make 3 field goals and shoot 20 free throws? Do you normally see that?
No, he's 3 of 10 from the floor.
And shoots 20 free throws.
Yeah, 17 of 20 from the free throw line. But he is a big guy, right? So
Yes.
if you're feeding it into him and he's getting the basketball down low, traditionally those guys get fouled a lot more than the other folks do. But, you would say on the other side, okay, when Janai was getting the ball, right, was Janai getting fouled as much as Liam was at the other end of the floor? I mean, those would be questions you would ask.
Yeah.
When we were driving to the basket, were we getting fouled as much?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just weird, Lance, to see a guy make 3 field goals. That's all he made, 3 field goals from the floor and shoot 17 free throws. I mean, back in the Hack-a-Shaq days, maybe you could see something like that because they knew how bad a free throw shooter Shaq was. They just kept sending him to the stripe rather than let him score.
Yeah, hats off to that big guy who had 17 or 20 from the free throw
Well, and
line.
how often are you going to lose to a team that shoots 35% from the field?
Yeah. So those are all hard to do. Everything we're talking about here is hard to do.
More on Alabama and Auburn coming up in a bit. Before we do a story that Brown has a personal story he's told us before on the air, but it happened again this weekend. We'll get to that after LT tells us about our friends at Michelson. The look ahead here is to really be prepared in all situations when you're at restaurants. We'll get to that story right after this. Tell us.
969-8100, that is the number you need to call. Find out if LASIK is right for you. If you wear the contacts or the eyeglasses, you're wasting money each and every year. I'm speaking from personal experience. I went to see Dr. Mark Michelson over 20 years ago. I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. 2015 vision now, better than 2020. Make the phone call that I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got 0 to lose to find out if a LASIK is right for you. Stop procrastinating. Call today. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Michelson Laser Vision truly changed my life. Could possibly do the same for you. Call 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
I wish we just had on replay, I could hit a button and have a round table rewind or a next round rewind to a moment of the past. But Brown told us a story once that was almost reenacted to the point this weekend. Down, how do you say Dunedin, Florida? Is it
Dunedin, I believe.
Dunedin, Florida.
I believe is how you say it.
It's where the Blue Jay spring training camp is. Their manager is down there, and he's eating dinner, and he's sitting there. He's eating lunch, actually. They're at the Clear Sky Drought House, and he and his wife are eating, and all of a sudden he notices a few tables over a lady choking. A lady assumed to be in her early 50s. Nobody's doing anything. He gets up. He's 6'3", a bigger guy. He walks over and performs the Heimlich maneuver on the lady. 2 big thrust, and the shrimp comes out of her throat, saves her life. And as Brown told a story, it happens again. The lady thanks him and sits down and finishes her meal.
Yeah, the lady in the restaurant where I was, which was a fairly nice restaurant in Birmingham, literally does. I mean, it was it's like a comedy movie. It was like a slapstick. Takes her napkin, pops it out, puts it back in her lap, and picks up her knife
There's
before
no
it just
way.
goes back to eating. I'm like, how do you do that?
I've got weak knees at that point. I'm tapping out.
Yeah.
I'm embarrassed that I almost choked out in the restaurant.
That shut the whole restaurant down. Everybody's watching, and then like everybody went,
Yep.
like, do we clap for this? It was even like the old, somebody call an ambulance.
Now, if you own that restaurant, do you comp the meal?
Okay. Here's the rest. Have you seen
No,
the
I
rest of the
haven't.
story?
I haven't, no.
So the guy who owns the Clearwater Drought House wasn't there, but he was called and told about the situation. So they walk over. They thank he's the head guy for the Blue Jays, but I did not write his name down. And I don't have it in front of me. And he even joked that nobody knows who the hell I am here in the Blue Jay spring training. That's how well liked I am by the Blue Jay fans. But
The manager?
The manager.
John
yeah.
Schneider. The only
It is John
Yeah,
Schneider.
the only
It's
reason
him.
I remember that is because it's the
trivia.
Name, it was trivia at Odie's,
Yep.
and it's the name of one of the Dukes of Hazzard characters.
Okay.
Yes,
It's John Snyder. He
That's
says
right.
nobody knows me here. So nobody knew it was the Blue Jay manager saving the life. So they walk over. The assistant manager who had just talked to the guy that owns the place, the head manager, and walks over. And do they comp the meal? No. They give him 1 free beer. 1 free beer.
For saving someone's life.
He saved somebody's life right there. Got a shrimp out of the lady's
Yeah,
throat.
and I want
Saved
to
her
tell
life.
you this real quick.
It got you no telling how much free advertising we're talking about.
Yeah, and I'm going to assume if she chokes out, they're going to have to shut that restaurant down for a while.
Yeah, I mean, for at least the rest of the day.
Well, yeah, I mean, you do, like, if somebody dies, you're going to have to clean the joint out. Probably best not to reopen,
Yeah, and an investigation, and then you probably get some bad pub out of it.
Yeah, probably so.
So if
maybe
I'm
even
that,
a lawsuit.
what happens is the owner is informed, and he's like, "How are sales today?" And they look and they tell him, he's like, "Just give him a beer."
Give him a beer. He says, I was thankful for the beer because, I reacted. I had not even thought about the Heimlich maneuver since the 6th grade, but it came back to him on how to do it. He did it. He said it was nothing like the movie. The shrimp didn't shoot across the room or anything, just came up in her mouth, and she spit it out. And then she continued eating. So when I go back and I sit down with my wife, that's when I get nervous, in aftermath. It's sort of like after a traffic accident. Once you sit there and you realize what has happened, that's when you start
the
shaking.
adrenaline shoots. Yeah.
So I was very appreciative of the beer to calm me down. And he doesn't say that my meal should have been comped. But by the way, he's the manager of the Blue Jays. He should be eating for free.
That's right.
Anyway.
Yeah, if I know I got the manager of the Blue Jays in my joint and done it, and I'd probably comp it and maybe take a photo for socials, right?
Exactly. It'd be hanging up by the counter, right? So shout out to the Clear Sky Drought House in
Dunedin, Florida. Free beer.
Yeah.
Hey, so I knew a guy that was saved, though, by the Heimlich. And he said the crazy thing was he was choking on a piece of bread in a restaurant. And the crazy thing was he said when I coughed it up, the piece of bread was like minuscule. He goes, it's nuts how small something can be.
Yeah.
But just lodged the wrong way.
Yeah, but just goes to the wrong, because it's not in your throat.
It's
in
in
the
your
wind.
esophagus, in your windpipe,
the windpipe.
Yeah.
That's
So,
crazy.
but he was like, it was tiny. I mean, it's shocking how small it really was.
And really, don't we have going back to 5th grade science, don't we have a little flap that's on top of that?
It's called the esophageal. Oh, hang on. I got this. Is it the phalanx?
I don't know. That's an uncomfortable word.
Only because you got a dirty mind. I think that's it. I think it's the esophageal phalanx or something like that.
So literally, the phalanx is what keeps
I
things
think
from getting
that's
stuck
right.
in your throat.
I'm gonna
I'm not
lock in my
disagree with
answer.
you. I really don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna lock in my answer right here. It's the esophageal
We'll
phalanx.
find out quickly.
Pharynx.
The
You were
pharynx.
very close.
I mean, I think I get partial credit.
I will give you
Thank
you got the tough part. Correct. It was very good.
Or the pharyngeal flap.
Well, yeah,
according to
that
John.
too. Yeah, I go shorter with the pharynx normally when I talk
I
about
do
it.
believe what Charles says.
Yeah, the esophageal flap. Or
yes. Well,
or the glottis.
we in the medical industry call it the pharynx. Yes. And yes, I did combine one part of the body with another part of the body to get Falinix. Jim is right. He should have been scared, yes.
All right. We'll get to our best and worst of the weekend coming up. MyBookie gets you ready for all the games going on this week in college basketball. Should be another crazy week. We're only 20 days from Selection Sunday. 20 days away, right?
Yeah, get your plays in right now. MyBookie.ag, code next round. I like to do this to Lance, put him on the spot, ask him some of these future lines we talk about. MyBookie.ag, MyBookie.ag, code next round. Lance, Auburn, Ole Miss coming up on Wednesday night.
It's in Oxford,
It's
right?
it is in Auburn.
Neville.
Auburn will be a 10-point favorite.
Double digits.
9.5 is what I was going to say.
Alabama at South Carolina.
Alabama at South Carolina. Alabama will be a 9.5-point favorite.
Yeah, road
going
game.
7.5.
There you go. All right, you can play those and get actual lines. MyBookie.ag, code next round when you go there to MyBookie.ag. MyBookie.ag, code next round. Here's what the code next round is going to do for you. It is going to get you that deposit bonus. And a lot of people will give you a deposit bonus. They want your business. But what they don't tell you is what's in the fine print. You got to bet it 5 times, 6 times, up to 10 times for it to actually become yours. Not at MyBookie.ag. When you use code NEXTROUND, you bet it one time. It is yours and yours forever at MyBookie.ag. Play those games we were just talking about or any games right there at MyBookie.ag. Use code NEXTROUND when you sign up at MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Let's do a Cowan Equipment poll question because Lunsford brings up a great point. I mean, you can't starve after you've choked. You got to eat at some point. You've got to get the nutrition. So our Cowan Equipment poll question is, if someone saves your life with the Heimlich, do you finish your meal or not? Make that a Cowan Equipment poll question.
Look, Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with the Next Round on our venture here. We'd love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, Cowan.com. Do you ever, emotionally something will freak you out and you just don't have an appetite?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, yeah.
I just think that would be me.
I wonder how many Dunedin is what Gary is saying, so I apologize for getting the wrong pronunciation.
That's okay. I remember us doing this once before.
I feel like I'm about to choke out a couple of times a week.
Well, and I wonder.
Do you really?
Yeah, and
But
I
that's
wonder if it's
because
because
your
my
tonsils.
tonsils. Yeah.
No, do you remember, I think it was Friday's show where I got choked them on spit? I don't know. I got something that occasionally I'll get something in my windpipe. I've always been able to get it up, but it's very uncomfortable. What?
Nothing.
There was a little chuckle there. I thought you were going to give me that's what she said. But it's been very uncomfortable. I wonder how many people are you confident you can perform the Heimlich?
I'm not. No.
I just wonder what percentage of our audience is.
Yeah.
I think I could, but I'm not. I wouldn't feel comfortable. Like if it was happening to one of you guys and we're in a restaurant, I would hope there would be a professional that would be there.
Yeah.
Who's like a medical professional.
Yeah.
Right, but I mean, his size at 6'3" helps a little bit, right? Because
he's got
able to
some
lift her
leverage.
up. Little. It was the second thrust that got the shrimp out. If depending on who it is, can I get enough pressure to force the shrimp or the bread or the piece of steak out? I don't know. I mean, I'd be willing to help, but I would defer. I wouldn't be like pushing other people away to say, no, I think I'm the best person in the room to do it. I would yield to anyone else who thought they would be the best person to do it.
Anybody else?
If you've got the extremes, if you've got a 95-pound woman, I'd be afraid I'd crack her, chest.
Well, yeah, but I'd rather you crack my chest and me live.
And then at the same time, if you've got like a Charlie Weiss.
Yeah, that's going to be tough there. We're going to have to lay him down and pound.
I think you're looking for right below that little soft part in the rib cage, if I remember correctly.
Pull up.
That's right.
And you do a little thumb action, right? And you pull
right,
up
right at the base of the sternum, if I am not mistaken.
Now, I don't know if, and I forgot who it was in the chat room. I don't know if they were kidding or not about performing it was Hall & Oates, about performing the Heimlich on themselves.
I've heard that you can lay on a chair.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
Yeah.
I think I probably would panic too.
If you're by yourself, I mean,
that's the only shot, man.
Yeah.
By the way, base of the sternum, xiphoid process. Milkman with an interesting. That's the little flap you're talking about.
Got you.
Yeah. Milkman says, I was choking on a potato chip and my ex-wife saved me.
How do you leave her at that point?
Well, I've got a lot of questions here.
How do you leave her at that point?
How do you choke on a potato chip?
Well, I'm telling you, it's easy, man. A little piece of bread's what almost got my guy.
Now, if I'm going to, I don't want to say if I'm going to choke on something because I'll choke on something later on today, typical landmine. But Milkman, if I can understand because I get going on some chips sometimes, chips and salsa and potato chips.
That scares me because
I start eating quick.
My middle of the night snacks.
That's right. You never know.
You could be sleep eating.
Yeah.
I'm far more interested in was it ex-wife at the time, which says a lot about her that I'll save my ex-husband, or did it become ex-wife, which means
I think it became ex-wife.
Yeah.
But I'm going to say she left Milkman now. I mean, not to get too deep into this Milkman, but the fact that she saved him, it would be difficult to leave her.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, you got to think twice. But it's got to get really bad once you've saved my life.
Yeah, you owe somebody a salad if they save your life.
Well, and I want to go back to the Tampa, the Blue Jays guy. Like I know
John Snyder.
Yeah, I know the restaurant didn't buy his meal. By the way, if I'm the one that saved me, I'm buying your meal.
Yeah.
If I was the one choking to death, I'm paying for your meal. Like I had a guy jump my car off one time at a Chick-fil-A, and I bought his lunch. I mean, that's the least you could do, right? I mean, you didn't save my life.
It goes without saying, really.
This is weird that I had this dream last night. And it was the second, I don't know if I dreamed the early night. It was I got up to go to the bathroom about 4, and then I went back to sleep, and it was the whole rest of my sleep. The rest of the night was caught up with this dream, and dreams. I don't. You tell me what this means.
Jennifer Aniston in it?
No, it was me. It was at a. I don't. Is there a place called Baby Doe's in Arkansas?
Oh, in Arkansas. No, Doe's Eat Place.
Doe's Eat Place. Well,
almost had one in Tuscaloosa.
In my dreams, it was called Baby Doe's, and I'm in Arkansas, and my lunch was $77, right, in the dream, and I forgot to tip. So I leave and I'm driving. I don't know where I was driving, but I come back to the restaurant like 30 minutes later and I'm like, hey, I need to tip. I did not get to tip my waiter. And they're having a hard time finding the ticket, and it's getting frustrating. I go back into a conference room. They're having a conference meeting, and I'm like, I need to leave a tip. And they're like, no, I can't do it, blah, 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 blah. I said, I've got to tip the gentleman. He was really great. I cannot leave without tipping him. He's already gone for the day. It became like the whole rest of my night. And I don't know how dreams work. It could have been like that, but it felt like the rest of my night. I even woke up saying, I cannot believe they're not letting me tip this guy. And at some point I was crying in the restaurant they would not let me tip this guy. So what do you think that dream means?
It's something about not being included. There's something
how's that about not being
included?
included?
No, what I think it is you are a self-proclaimed over-tipper. And I think it just shows you how much over-tipping means to you. The fact that you didn't do it had you crying and ruined your night.
No, I just wanted to make it right with the guy.
That's what I'm
These
saying.
people were being jerks.
Yeah. It showed you how much it means to you.
You were left on the outside. I think it's something about being included.
Maybe.
And there's a little insecurity there.
What's your normal tip percentage?
Daniel says 77 is a righteous number, though. So that was my.
That is in the biblically 777. Yeah. There you go. There's some good news in the dream.
Yeah.
Have you ever gotten a receipt 666?
I have not. Have you really?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah. That's bad.
Do you add something onto that?
I always ask for an extra side when they read out that total.
Oh, do you really? Yeah. You don't want to roll the dice on that one, do you, Tyler?
Ice
really
cream cone or something.
Yeah, something.
I had the conversation because I was telling you guys about the couple that we met this past weekend. And one of the guys had been in the service industry forever. And I was talking about, I think it's really important. My daughter's already been in the service industry. I want my son to be in it. My nephew starts today with our friends at Walk-Ons.
Oh, right.
Yeah. He goes in. He's probably in now.
280 location?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So Jay starts up today. But we were talking about it. And I just said, I think it's ultra important if you're going to be eating out a lot that you know the ins and outs and how you're supposed to tip. Because it's not always the server's fault. And there's a tip share too. So the server is, and you know this from your daughter, there's other people that are involved in the tip that maybe have nothing to do with the server. So I said, even if I have a terrible experience, I'm still tipping 15%.
Yeah. What's your normal percentage, Dunaway?
I don't do percentages. I just look for a good number.
See, I'm normally a 20 because I can quickly do the math.
I usually roll around 30 or 33.
I mean, normally I'm with you, Lance. I take the 10%, double it, and I go 20%, or you just double the tax, whichever one.
And if it's a really good experience, then I go higher.
Yeah, I start at that 20 and go a little bit higher. But I just thought you had a hard and fast rule that had to be below a certain, had to be above a certain number.
No. I just look at it and I just this seems like a good number.
Yeah.
But usually it's around.
But
I do the math. I usually get it to 30.
You're over tipped though, because a lot of times you're so condescending to the server, right?
No, not at all. Not at all.
He really isn't. Jim could be condescending, but not at server. Jim treats servers very well. I've been to restaurants with him a lot.
Yeah. In fact, if you bring me the wrong thing, I'll eat it.
Yeah, he just eats it and becomes a martyr.
I'll bitch to you guys later, but I'll eat it.
See, because you're afraid, like our boy C. Stu, that somebody's going to put their junk in the mashed potatoes, right?
Oh, I just assume they do that already.
Go in assuming that.
Mashed potatoes, refried beans. I just assume they do that
So we
already.
had one of those mornings yesterday where we could not decide what to get for lunch. And so we ended up, I'll just call them out, Firehouse Subs. Ended up getting Firehouse Subs. And they completely botched the order.
Did they now?
Oh, my gosh.
I like their food, too.
And then I was told, well, hey, I've got friends that work there. And so I was like, well, this makes sense. But, I mean, they completely botched it. I mean, messed up there was 3 sandwiches, messed every one of them up.
Really close to our house, good folks that listen to our show all the time. Every time I'm in there, they say how much they love it here on the next round. It happens sometimes. I mean, the orders, it's a lot going on.
Like it's a really long story, but we were at a restaurant on the road this weekend, and the server, she was just an extremely nice older lady. Well, I'll tell you where we were. We're at Cracker Barrel, all right? My oldest daughter had a dance clinic for South Alabama, and it was very late, and that was right by the interstate. It was open. We had already eaten. She needed something to eat, so we stopped at Cracker Barrel. And this older lady is doing, and she's just working her tail off, man. And you can tell she's in her 70s probably, working her, or 60s maybe, working her tail off. And I'm just like, man, that is just, she's getting after it. She's getting after it. And she's of the age where she's probably, there's a reason she's here working in the service industry, right? And then, you know what, put it over the top? She told my daughter, she starts talking to my daughter, like, you know, going to South Alabama. She's like, hey, I'm going to give you my phone number. If you ever need anything, I'll help you out. I know you don't know anybody here, but I'll gladly help you out. You just call me and let me know. And I was like, oh, my God, I got to overtip now.
Yeah, I'd give her a solid 100 at that point.
Yeah, I mean, we took care of her, don't worry.
So
Krusty
was just asking, he never tips on carryout. You got to go 10%.
Yeah. Well, so that goes to the kitchen a lot, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, they're packaging up your food, so they're doing a little bit of work. I mean, I do get a little annoyed now with the flip around. We've talked about this screen, 15, 20, or 25% when, you know, you've got a cup of coffee or whatever.
Several sponsors to tell you about here, including Cowan Equipment. Cowan Equipment is the fine folks there who bring us the poll question. If you are the person who gets Heimlich performed on them and somebody saves your life, do you continue with the meal or not? That's our first Cowan Equipment poll question.
Yeah, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Also, our fine friends at the Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. Did you get a chance to sample any this weekend? Either one of you?
I did, yeah. And little T ended up doing a shot at Dobel I saw on Saturday.
Oh, wow. So, I mean, that was one shot on the show Friday and then one shot Thursday.
And then Saturday. And then I had a buddy of mine, Steve, from Red Wing, reached out yesterday and was asking about Dobel because he's been drinking another tequila and he wanted to know how good it was. And I said, completely legit. I said, if you come by, I'll give you Dunaway's bottle and you can try it out.
Too late. I've got my bottle at home and had one after church as I was watching the Daytona 500 yesterday, the Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear multi-age tequila, Dobel Diamante, a blend of several tequilas aged in a new European oak barrel, double filtered to remove the color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystalline clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. It is Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, asked for by name. We'll talk a lot about other stuff. We'll get to the best and worst of the weekend coming up momentarily. But Ricky Stenhouse Jr. does win the Daytona 500, and Brown and I agree on very little in life these days. But one thing we agree on is NASCAR's green-white checker is a horrible way to finish a race. I don't know if it's worse, Brownie, than finishing with under caution, but I don't like it either.
Hey, I thought of this solution. You tell me if this would help, okay? As I'm watching, I got home, with 8 laps to go. I turned it on Fox, watched the last 8 laps and then the overtime.
I watched every lap.
When you went to overtime, so, they throw the flag, if you said, hey, top 15, you're locked in top 15, everybody else off the track, you finished where we locked it in right there.
We virtually almost got that after the big wreck that caused
and they still had another one. I was just wondering because a lot of times the wreck is like 10 cars back, but it collects the rest of the field, so it shuts everything down.
I'm not sure.
Like if we're in overtime, like, hey, look, you've raced 200 laps. You've got your finishing spot at 33rd, but you're not going to participate in overtime. We're only going to take
Kyle
the
Busch
top
was
15
going to
cars.
win his first Daytona 500. He and Austin Dillon, who's his new teammate, was right behind him. We get a caution back in the field. So now they've got to choose inside, outside. So they each chose the opposite one so that Austin Dillon could lay back and let Kyle jump down in front of him and then
if
on
needed,
the inside. Not if needed. That was their plan.
Oh, that was their plan, okay.
And then they couldn't stay connected.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Austin Dillon says he got bumped and wrecked when it looked like Kyle wasn't going to win it. And then they end up doing it, another wreck down the stretch. It's just a horrible way to finish. I just say the last 10 laps don't count caution laps.
Yeah, I don't know how to do it. Super Speedway racing is about the only racing I watch, and it's great racing, but the finishes are awful because they all end up in overtime and they all end up with a bunch of wrecks.
But we started that because the finish was awful
because
when it was under caution.
Yeah, and that's about all we get now anyway.
Yeah.
So you may as well just go back with no overtime.
Yeah, I would say go back to the old days, let them race back to the start-finish line. If the wreck is not there, and then go let it finish under caution, or just don't count the caution laps. If
I don't know what you do.
Lap 2, then we'll run 2 green flag laps.
Are you surprised Kyle Busch is 0 for 18?
At the Daytona 500? No, Dale Earnhardt Sr., the greatest of all time, some say, was 0 of 20, I think, before he finally won one. It's just, that's one race. You can be great I don't think Tony Stewart ever won the Daytona 500. He won other races at the track. I don't think he ever won the Daytona 500.
And Michael Waltrip has 2 of them.
How does a guy like Travis Pastrana, who I think was jumping motorcycles not long ago, comes out in his debut and he finishes 11th?
Yeah.
Now, he was back in the pack, though. It was Rex that helped him.
He finished 11th because he survived.
Yeah. He's good at driving motorcycles.
I think if you would have told him, hey, you're almost going to get a top 10 in your debut.
In a heartbeat, he takes it,
Yeah, absolutely. Jimmy Johnson was in the mix to win the thing, and he's been retired from NASCAR 2 years, and he was back and racing some startup team and almost won the race until one big wreck at the end.
Has Stenhouse won 2 Daytonas now?
He's won another race.
I think at Talladega.
It's his first Daytona. He's won at Talladega and won a different race, the summer race at Daytona.
Yeah, so he's good on the super speedway, basically.
So, what does that do for his legacy?
Oh, once you're a Daytona 500 winner, it's a big deal.
Yeah.
It's a big deal. Even though there's a couple of them that's won recently, like the guy last week, I don't know, Cindric. If he walked in the restaurant, I'm not going to say, there's a Daytona 500 champion.
Who was the guy that we had on? Like, they force-fed us the guy on a Friday.
Oh, and he ended up winning?
Yeah, and we were like,
I think it was him.
break, we were like, what are we going to talk to this dude?
I think it was that guy. Yeah. I think it was that guy.
No, it was David Blaney.
David Blaney, I think so, yeah. Or Ryan Blaney, one of the Blaney's, Fighting Blaney brothers. Dale Earnhardt and Tony Stewart have 56 combined wins at Daytona and only one Daytona 500 between them. That's pretty crazy.
Thank you, Troy, for that. All right, when we come back, we'll get to best and worst of the weekend. Part of the show being brought to you by great friends at Odie's. Odie's, where these guys will be for trivia on Wednesday night.
Yeah, looking forward to that every single Wednesday night. Odie's team trivia. That starts a little after 8 o'clock. Me and Ryan Brown now, along with Will Haver. Come out, see us. The weather is going to be fantastic this week, by the way. So they've got inside or outside on that great patio. You can enjoy the incredible food from Rodney Davis, award-winning wings, delicious burgers, great sandwiches, ice-cold beer buckets full of Bud Light. It's a Birmingham institution, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
February is the month of love. And if you're in the market to buy or sell a home, you are going to love Holly Mack Wilson. What's there to love? Holly Mack Wilson will help you prepare your current home for sale and get you top dollar for it. She'll help you find your dream home and negotiate the best deal for it. And Holly Mack Wilson will find you a home anywhere in Alabama. There's a lot to love about Holly Mack Wilson. Call her today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a lovely anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelSonLaserVision.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Back with you on the Next Round. Hemphill brings you the best and the worst of the weekend. We'll continue this throughout the show. Pat Bradley's with us at the top of the hour to talk basketball, though. Alabama a winner over the weekend. They're the number one overall seed according to the selection committee. Auburn drops one at Vandy. They've got some work to do to keep moving further into the brackets, but right now they are in comfortably according to Lenardi, but they got Ole Miss and Kentucky this week. Hemphill's best and worst of the weekend starts right now.
Yeah, and our friends at Hemphill Services offering that $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services is hard to stop a train. Call now. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Brown, what was your best of the weekend? Did you have a good meal?
I did have some good meal. I had a fantastic meal Saturday for lunch down in Mobile. Meatballs. You remember Andy Staples bringing up meatballs on the show? You guys probably do not, but meatballs in Mobile. Fantastic lunch. I attended Mardi Gras. Sky had some photos there. I attended Mardi Gras for the first time ever. See some of the. I thought Lance would like that float in particular, the Jaws float. Yeah, I mean,
I would have loved the Godzilla as a kid.
Godzilla float.
But how fun is Mobile Mardi Gras? It's a blast.
I've never been to the New Orleans one, so I don't know how to compare. You see me with the beads.
How'd you get your beads? You show your junk.
And Lance, they're just throwing them out for the floats.
What happens in Mardi Gras stays in Mardi Gras.
They're just throwing them out from the floats.
You got a lot of them, man.
I did. I mean, they throw them out a lot. No, the parade. We went to one parade. Don't even know the name of the parade. But we were right there in Bienville Square and Mobile. And I was telling Forrester in the break earlier, just the atmosphere. Everybody is so happy, having fun. I mean, it really is.
That's
really,
why I'm
really
surprised
cool.
you don't like New Orleans. Now, New Orleans is a dirty town overall, but I mean, everybody's having a good time.
A lot more crowded and a lot more aggressive in New Orleans than it is in Mobile.
Not Mardi Gras, though.
I don't know. I've never been to any Mardi Gras.
I'm not talking about New Orleans Mardi Gras. I'm just talking about if you go a typical New Orleans night and Mardi Gras in Mobile, Mardi Gras in Mobile is going to be more crowded.
Than Mardi Gras in New Orleans?
No, than just a normal night.
Normal nights. Yeah.
No, and it was fun afterwards, just people hanging around. You know, the parties had spilt over into the bars. Now, I got my kids with me, so we didn't go into any bars or anything, but it was just fun walking down the streets, everybody in a good mood.
I tried to get you to go to that Italian restaurant.
You did. They were booked solid.
I told you.
That's a good thing.
Solid. Yep.
There's Brown's meal.
Oh, so freaking good. When you get Conecuh sausage as a side, that's a side.
It's like they fried that Conecuh sausage.
No, perfectly smoked. So good.
David's best of the weekend. He tried sliced pizza for the first time. Went to the Montevallo location, had the Hot Mama. Says it was number one. Thanks for your best of the weekend there. Richard's best was Mom's Chicken Parade, Mom's Basement over in the Avondale area. Mom's Chicken Parade was lit there. So a little Mardi Gras theme there. John says Huntsville had our Mardi Gras parade this past weekend, first since the pandemic. Glad to have that back.
I didn't know they had a Mardi Gras parade in Huntsville. I thought it was only Mobile and New Orleans.
Yeah, very good there, John. Thank you for all your best and worst of the weekend. Brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. Rolling in your best of the weekend. Did you have anything happen? Was a lot good? Do you have anything fun happen?
Not a great weekend. The Lock. Great week last week with the Lock. I'm trying to think. I mean, again, we had a good Saturday, just fun. Went to a place. Have you guys heard of Memory Lane?
I've heard of the. No.
It's a sneaker place. There's a couple of locations in Birmingham.
Oh, yeah. My friend has told me about this place.
I heard you talking about it at the Super Bowl party.
Yeah, is this the place where all the shoes are cellophane wrapped, basically?
Yeah.
My buddy told me about this.
It's really cool.
Yeah.
Taylor was dying to go when we were at Good Dog, and so she went by there and got her a pair of Jordans. But it's just a really cool place. So cool that I went Saturday, went back yesterday with the boys.
Did you make any purchases?
I couldn't. There was like 4 or 5 different ones that I really want, and so it's just one of those that I'm still on the fence, trying to find the specific one that I want. But I'll be going back. It's a really cool place. And then my worst of the weekend was The Last of Us on HBO.
Oh, the show's gotten bad or what?
No, it's still really good.
What
But
made
I
it?
just don't like how last night's episode ended.
Oh no, it wasn't too dark for you, was it?
It wasn't too dark.
That's why I asked.
There's not such a thing.
The last episode it couldn't be any more horrific the way it ended.
Yeah.
But this one, the way it ended, I'm kind of shocked. Lunsford, is it?
It's okay, Lance. Don't worry.
That's what I figured. But when they showed the previews,
They got to leave you on a cliffhanger for 2 weeks because next week's going to be all about Ellie. So,
damn. Okay. I was going to be blown away.
Now, you may hate the way season 2 starts, but it's okay for now.
Okay.
Season 2 starting already?
They've already greenlit it for a season 2.
Yeah, they have to.
Because there's a second game. They're going to base it on the second game.
Yeah, but could they not play it a little differently?
They could.
Yeah.
But assuming they stick to somewhat, because they've changed plenty of things in the story, but the overarching story is pretty much the same. And this happens in the game too, so don't worry.
I'm telling you guys, I know you don't believe in the apocalyptic stuff and the zombies and stuff. This is what there was not a zombie in last night's episode. It's the second one in 5 or 6 episodes. There hadn't been a zombie.
Yeah.
Seth's best of the weekend, college baseball cranking up. There's some Alabama softball. Got a big win over Florida State yesterday. Your best and worst of the weekend continues after we talk with Pat Bradley coming up on the other side. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Simpio. If you're looking to get your company's HR in sight or in line, and maybe you're a small business owner and just want to do payroll differently, save a lot of money, Simpio can do all of that for you. Later, Rockstar. A little update from Rockstar on the road as well.
Simpio, one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast. When your company joined Simpio, again, one of the first calls that we made, they take care of all the BS. They're going to take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only the large organizations get. On average, Simpio saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467 or online, Simpio.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. At the New Balance Birmingham store, we go beyond taking your measurements. For us, comfort fit means a lot more than just checking for enough room in the toe box. You see, a simple fit may look and feel okay inside the store, but high-quality custom fit shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store will continue to look and feel great while performing the task you need them to do. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store and experience the difference a custom fit makes for you.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the Live Daily Show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Alabama's the number one overall seed. According to the selection committee, they beat Georgia over the weekend. Auburn drops one in Nashville, a huge week ahead for Bruce Pearl's team. Kentucky got a big win over Tennessee for Big Blue Nation. Let's talk all that basketball now with the shooter, Pat Bradley.
He is with us now, SEC Network on Twitter at Pat Bradley22. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, shooter? How are you?
What's going on, fellas? Big weekend now, Alabama.
Yeah.
Big weekend.
Heck yeah. Auburn lost, and we were discussing this stat. I wonder how odd this is to you. Bruce Pearl mentioned it without criticizing officials when he was asked about it. But you go back and you look at the way that game was, I guess, played and or officiated, however you want to look at it. But Robbins makes 3 field goals and shoots 20 free throws. That seems kind of hard to have both those happen in the same game. I'm 3 of 10 from the field, but I shoot 20 free throws.
That was, eye-popping. Is that how you say it?
Yeah.
It was incredible stat. And so, he, in terms of Robbins, he's a guy that has each game has become more and more involved in what they do, just handling the basketball. He's a good decision maker. He's 7'3", so he's a big target. He likes contact. He doesn't shy away from it. So you add in a lot of those things. He's, defensive rebounds. He's fighting, so he's going to get a couple of calls there, and then obviously on the offensive end. But that definitely has got to be. I wonder where that is in terms of being a record in the SEC.
The discrepancy, it's crazy.
20 free throws by one guy. We could probably dig that up somewhere, actually. Sure.
Hey, on the other side of the state, Alabama, a 49-point win against Georgia. I mean, the game from the jump was never even close. Alabama now, they've got 11 conference wins by double digits. They've gone over 100 points 5 times this year. When Alabama's playing like they played on Saturday, and I know Georgia's an average team, they seem like they're unbeatable.
Yes, they to me they are. They're the best team in the country because defensively, all right, last year they struggled defensively. 2 years ago they were dialed in defensively. And they've got the size around the basket. Bediako has really developed nicely from last year. Not only can he finish at the rim, but he's a lot more physical, protects the rim, but also Noah Clowney, long, active around the rim when Gurley comes in. But then you have a guy that is not only your best offensive weapon, but he's 6'9", and he blocks shots and he rebounds. Brandon Miller. It's like it's the best combination of everything. And Auburn had one last year in Jabari Smith. To have your best shooter and your best scorer also be one of your better rebounders and shot blockers, I mean, that's insane. And he is. Brandon Miller is. I mean, I don't think he's had probably 10 rebounds, double-digit rebounds, a couple of games this year. So he's getting after it. So first of all, from the defensive standpoint, and then offensively, they just get so many weapons. Like, Coach Oates is going to be able to recruit and develop that. I know he was frustrated with the defense last year, but he came at it this year with the mentality, preaching it, coaching it. I'm not going to negotiate defense. If you're going to play, you're going to play defense. And I think sometimes it's the message, like from your head coach, that this is what we want. Like we're still going to play our offensive style that we always have, but I'm not going to play you if you're not willing to get down. They take the picture of the hard hat every game, and so I think that was important to set that tone early on, defense first, and because he knew what kind of offensive team he was going to have. So yeah, they're so impressive offensively. They'll beat you anyway, half court, get in transition and finish at the rim, shoot it, all that. But I think defensively is where where they've been competing, and to win a national championship, that's where they're going to have to compete on that end of the floor as well.
So how much should Alabama fans be yearning for this number 1 overall seed that's the selection committee unveiled on Saturday? How important is it to be number 1 overall compared to just being a 1 seed? Does that really matter?
This year, I think it's important because it'll be a great thing for the program. It's going to be in the front page of the media guide, and it's going to be everything everybody's talking about, the overall number 1 seed. In a year where, if you're looking at, okay, do you want to be matched up against, who's that 2 seed that you could be matched up against? I don't know that there's any particular team that you're scared of or don't want to see in the tournament. There's not that any dominant team really. So I think it's probably, for seeding purposes, it's probably not a big deal, but I think it's more important for just overall, being the number 1 team in the country.
Pat Bradley is with us, the shooter, at Pat Bradley 22 on Twitter. SEC Network is where you see him. Kentucky is obviously improving, but they obviously also just have Tennessee's number. How much of it is an improving Kentucky we're seeing versus they just match up well with Tennessee, what we saw over the weekend?
I think so. Like Kentucky, I think they got up for those Tennessee games. I think they were excited to play against Tennessee. And they're a good defensive team who should be a great defensive team. And when they're engaged, because physically they can do it, it's just they haven't at times been engaged or gave the energy, effort, even just against Tennessee. There was a few times Vescovy, who's not quick, but he's crafty, he's able to dribble right down the middle of the defense and go in for a layup. He did it a couple of times. And, that just shouldn't happen against in the years past, Kentucky's had the great length, athleticism to where Cal, that's what he wants to do. His teams always play defense and they rebound. And then, you throw in a spectacular, talented basketball player in there, and now you're talking about winning national championships. But they've always defended and rebounded. And, like I said, though, it's been inconsistent. And I see what they did to Tennessee. Why don't you do that to everybody? And so I think that there is sort of like an issue with them staying motivated. And the other thing is, with their 2 injuries, they're playing 5 guys 30-plus minutes. So in a way, it's been the right 5 guys. The 2 injuries were, Whaler, who's essentially the backup point guard, and Frederick, who's their best shooter, but it's been kind of up and down this year. So, Cal has been forced to play, I guess, his best 5 the entire time. And it's actually been good for them. They go to Mississippi State and get a big win, obviously beat Tennessee. So, in a way, having to shorten his rotation has been a blessing.
As dominant as Alabama's been, that team that is one game behind in Texas A&M, how do they continue to do it, Pat? I mean, this is a team that's won 14 of 16. Buzz Williams, I think we all agree, is a really good coach, but they just don't look like a dominant team. They continue to win, though.
Yeah, they're very good. They play like a three-quarter court press, necessarily not designed to come up with a bunch of steals like Missouri, but more designed to throw you off rhythm. And it's successful because, as a you're getting ready for that game and you can watch it on film, but you don't really understand how to beat that 2-2-1 or even a half-court kind of switching defense until you're in the game, because typically you don't play against that. So I think that's one advantage they have is, they just throw you off rhythm. So now you have to make difficult shots. You have to hope to turn them over and maybe get in transition against them. So it starts right there with them. And early on in the year, they had turnover problems. And then, his guards continue to get better. And so now he'll play three guards together. They take care of the basketball. They get a good shot every time down the floor, and they're just really efficient. And they give maximum effort. Listen, they're not a big team, but they are the best offensive rebounding team because they just go after everything. They're very active, energetic. So they've got a real positive, a lot of positive, and in sports, I mean that matters. When you've got a real positive outlook, everybody is on the same page, rooting for each other, don't care who gets the credit, and that's just the kind of program he's got right now.
We'll be up in Nashville for the SEC tournament with you. It's Nashville, Tennessee. Does the Shooter have a favorite country music artist?
Oh, it's got to be my man, Justin Moore from Poen, Arkansas. Starting point guard for the Poen High School state championship team about, I don't know how many years ago, maybe the early 2000s. Justin Moore, small town, USA. Look him up, boys. It's beer time. That's what he sings. It's Small Town USA is one of his great songs.
Looking forward.
And Johnny Cash. Johnny Cash.
Well, of course.
Of course, from Dyer, Arkansas. Johnny Cash.
Hey, have you ever been to the Johnny Cash Museum in Nashville?
Oh, I haven't. But, he's got his childhood home down in Dyer, Arkansas. Is it's like a state, like a state, what do you call it there?
Like a landmark, yeah.
Like a landmark. There
Yeah.
you go, like a landmark. Johnny Cash, the Man in Black. That's my guy.
No, you need to go. It's just down from Bridgestone. You need to go to the museum. It's really, really cool.
I didn't know that they had the Johnny Cash Museum.
Yeah, I mean it's not far at all from Bridgestone. You'll be staying. I don't know where the SEC network will put you up, but I'm sure you'll be staying very close to it, very walkable. Just I think it's a block off Broadway. Really good museum.
There you go. Now I got plans. I appreciate that.
All right, here's the Shooter, Pat Bradley. See him in studio this week for the SEC network starting tomorrow night. Safe travels, Bradley. We appreciate the time.
All right, guys. Always fun. See you in Nashville.
All right, buddy. Take care. Pat Bradley with us for the last time until we get to Nashville. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. And Wish Schlaball with us on the other. I don't think he meant it that way.
At least it's only 20 days away.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, that's Selection Sunday. It's less than that. It's only 2 weeks away until we're in Nashville.
Oh, my gosh.
Can you give me cut number 8? Cut number 8. Happy birthday, Charles Barkley, who's age 60 today. They sang to him last night at the All-Star game. Shaq got him to sing. Barkley has now become famous in one city, infamous in another, for saying this earlier this year on our show.
But starting January the 1st, I've watched about 3 college games a day and been going over my notes. Alabama's the best team in the country. Honestly, I've watched them play probably 4 times. They're the best team. Houston is right there with them, but they beat Houston. But just off the top of my head, Alabama's the best team in the country. and that's painful for me to say. I always try to be honest and fair in my job. Them suckers in Tuscaloosa are the best team I've seen so far this year.
January 18th is when he said that. And we're sitting here now past February 18th, over a month later.
I think they're better now.
And Alabama and Houston are still the two best teams in the country. And when the poll comes out, the new one in about 45, 50 minutes, Houston likely will be number one in the polls.
You think even with the selection committee saying Alabama was the overall number one?
That does influence.
Yeah, I would have to think it does.
But Houston won again yesterday, beat a good Memphis team. They beat a decent SMU team on the road earlier this week. They're number one in KenPom, all the other big metrics out there.
It really doesn't matter once the selection committee says you're over the overall.
But the selection committee, the chairman specifically said it's Alabama and Houston, but Alabama beat Houston on their home floor, so Alabama's the number one overall seed.
Yeah, I almost get the feeling that this is going to be like a Gonzaga situation for Houston, that this conference schedule right now is going to ultimately hurt them. And I agree. I think Memphis is a solid team, but that's almost their St. Mary's in the past.
It's the best team they're going to face down the stretch. Memphis is the other best team in that conference. So I don't know. I would ask you this. Do you believe it'll either be Houston or Alabama, the overall number one? That seems almost academic at this point.
I do. I think it'll be Houston or Alabama. Kansas is surging. They play a quad one game every time in the Big 12, and I think they had 5 Big 12 teams in their top 12 seeds. That's how much the committee respects the Big 12, and as they should. The Big 12 is great basketball.
Yeah, look, Kansas has got 12 quad one wins. They can get another one tonight on the road against TCU.
Yeah.
So they continue to stack those up. They're going to get a lot of respect. If Purdue goes on, they don't lose another game, they win the Big 10 tournament. With a loss here or there for Alabama or Houston, Purdue could still be that number one overall.
Yeah, I think it's either Alabama or Houston. Kansas would be next for me. And then I'm with you, man. That UCLA team, the committee doesn't love them yet, but, I don't want to see UCLA on Alabama's bracket. For them to get to the Final Four, they got to go through UCLA at any point. I don't want to see Creighton on Alabama's side. Creighton not in the top 16. But when they're whole, they win basketball games. I don't really want to see Indiana the way they're playing. They got a true superstar. I know it's helter-skelter, but when you get there, that Indiana team can be dangerous.
I think Indiana or Creighton would get dusted by Alabama.
It's been 12 days. I got my KenPom update. Anytime you're ready to go, who meets the criteria?
We'll get to that in a little bit later on. But right now, LT wants to tell us about a new group that's with us, our friends at Peachtree Planning.
Well, you guys know this. A bad investment can set you back. And I got some bad advice probably 15 years ago. And it set me back on retirement a couple of years. It really did. I want to tell you about our good friends at Peachtree Planning of Alabama. Peachtree Planning is an independent financial service firm dedicated to assisting clients with their greatest financial concerns. They offer comprehensive wealth management and financial strategies to clients across the country. First met with these guys about 5 years ago. Mark Burkholder and Clay McDowell. I've known them for years at Peachtree Planning. Let them give you an unbiased complimentary audit of your current life insurance, investment, and retirement planning. It's absolutely free. They'll sit down with you. A lot of people are uncomfortable talking about finances. Trust me, you need to get out in front of this. If you're a new parent, you're planning a family, you're planning for retirement, you need to talk to these guys. That is Mark and Clay at Peachtree Planning of Alabama. Give them a call today, 205-965-3437. Write the number down. Trust me, these guys know exactly what they're talking about. They can devise a plan for everyone. They'll look at everything you've got, and they will make sure they put something that works for you. 205-965-3437.
I will tell you that Samford, they're back in first place in the SoCon. They're 14-2 in the SoCon. If you follow college basketball, you know how well respected that conference is. And it's the first time in program history that the Bulldogs have won 20 games in back-to-back seasons since the 2000 season, when Jimmy Tillett had them in the NCAA tournament in 1999 and 2000. So Bucky McMillan has done something that hasn't been done in over 2 decades at Samford. And he's gone back-to-back 21 seasons. And they started the season 8-0, and then they sort of dipped down and lost like 5 or 6 games. But now in conference play against the best competition, that Samford team is rallying.
Yeah, I saw yesterday when they did the projections on the brackets, and I think it was CBS, they've got Samford as a 15 playing Baylor. And just for Bucky to potentially have this team in the NCAA tournament would be quite the feat. But Sanford's one of those scary teams. We've seen not a lot of 15-2 upsets, but we've seen some 15-2 upsets. And the way they play, their style, it would be difficult in a one-game situation.
Yeah, and I mean, that's pretty crazy, though, when you could do something. Did you say it's never been done in school history, the back-to-back 20-win seasons?
It's been done. It hasn't been done since 1999 and 2000.
Yeah, since Jimmy Tillett, since their last big run. So it's good to see him getting it back in that type of conversation. Again, it's all about winning your tournament. That's the crazy thing about this with schools like Sanford. You can have a season where it hasn't been done since, but if you go lay an egg in your tournament, none of that ever matters.
Yeah, UAB got another win at UTSA. They have senior night coming up on Thursday night, 6:30. If you'd like to get down there and say goodbye to this great senior class and those that are leaving the program after this year, it's the last home game, senior night, Thursday night down at Bartow. UAB beats UTSA over the weekend. Jelly had 25. You can go back and listen to our last interview with Jelly or AK on all of our platforms. We talk to them live or on our recorded platforms all the time, right here on the Next Round. Richard says rankings are biased towards the Power 5 programs, SEC weaker than folks think. Do you think that right now, the last one I saw, which was yesterday morning, 8 SEC teams projected in the field, that seems high for me.
That's too many.
I think it settles at 6 or 7.
Yeah, and you'll have some play their way. I mean, Lenardi's got State in right now. And, I mean, that to me is a little bit surprising. I think Chris Jans has done a really good job.
Let one slip away at home to Kentucky earlier in the week, came back and beat a bad Ole Miss team in overtime, rivalry win over the weekend.
But if 6-8, 18-9 State is in, I mean, it's a pretty soft tournament. No disrespect to State. I mean, it's hard for me to say that without being disrespectful. I think Chris Jans has done a phenomenal job, but you're 2 games under 500 in the SEC, which is not the best conference in America.
Yeah, and where are their quality wins? That's what I'm looking at with Mississippi State. I think there's 4 locks right now: Alabama, A&M, Tennessee, Kentucky.
It's funny. The locks haven't changed yet. It's still Alabama and Tennessee. You've been on them for a long time.
But I do think Kentucky probably locked it up with the win over Tennessee, sweeping that season series. And the way A&M's play, I mean, it's hard to deny. Whatever you think about the SEC, they have won 14 of 16.
Yeah. That's right. Down the stretch, it'll be interesting with them. Thank you, Texas A&M, and thank you, New York Butcher Shop. I got another steak win over the weekend thanks to Texas A&M. They went on the road.
I don't even know this stuff anymore.
And beat the Missouri. What was it, 68-60?
Well, you have that straight up right before the line even came out. Yeah.
You don't remember us doing
that?
No,
I do now, but I mean, I didn't remember it until you brought it back up.
Yeah. So how far up are you?
I've tied a record 9 steaks up right now, tying my 2017 mark. And
do we have anything that will be decided this week?
I don't know. We'll have to get something on the books right now.
I need Richard Simmons to die, don't I?
No, I need Richard Simmons to die. You need the other guy to die.
Charlie Sheen?
Yeah.
You got which side you got. You know who to pull for to die.
I'm very confused. I think I've got Charlie Sheen outliving Richard Simmons. I'm almost positive.
I've got Richard Simmons dying before Charlie Sheen. Yeah.
Yeah, you got Charlie Sheen outliving Richard Simmons.
No, I've got Richard Simmons dying first. So, no, I've had it. It's okay. It's been here forever. 23andMe, Dunaway has some Indian in him. We haven't done that yet.
We need to order that kit. That's a win for me. You don't have any Indian in you.
New York Butcher Shop will tell you more about them. You don't think I have any?
No.
You see how red I get sometimes when I'm out in the sun?
You have no Indian in you. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop. Pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all-natural chicken, cut to order just for you. Chef-prepared entrees, side dishes, perfect dinner to go. Choice for you and your family with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. That is one of the biggest false theories for a long time is I've got Indian blood, because I heard that too. I think it's the what am I looking for? The white man pushing the Indian out of his own country,
right?
And the comeback is, well, I've got some Indian in me.
Well, I mean, I think most people believe if you've got more than 2 generations in Alabama, you've got a little Indian. I think that's always been the belief.
Look at that skin tone, Brown.
I know. I would bet on your side. I would bet there. Now, I don't know if we need to set a minimal percentage. Is it anything above 1%?
No, it was any Indian in me at all.
Anything that shows up.
Okay. I'm willing to take it to 5 steaks, 5 to 5.
No, I'm not giving it up. I'm not giving away steaks. I've worked hard to get up here. I want to eat some at some point here. I
when
like
I,
this.
when I would get up stakes, I would just hand them back to you.
Every time.
No, it's true,
You
though. Do I not?
Yeah, you do. You hand them back to me. And we've done some handing them back that have just fallen my way. Like Texas A&M, Missouri. I think I
How was
liked
that-
Missouri.
How was that handing
Well,
back?
because
That's a
he
picket.
took it straight up. Oh, was it a picket? Did it go off as a
Well,
picket?
it was close.
Yeah.
Right around it.
Yeah, but at one point you were saying that Missouri was going to be getting 2.5, I think, and I took it straight up or whatever it was going to be. This just don't turn it into an anger thing. It was just part of our New York Butcher Shop conversation.
I'm not angry.
I mean, if you want to get angry, the fact that Hugh Freeze can win an SEC game before Malik Willis wins a playoff game as a starting quarterback, I feel good now that Hugh Freeze is in the SEC.
When did you make that? Oh, you made that when he was still at Liberty.
He was still at Liberty, yeah. That worked out good.
That is a good one.
Dunaway's got these. Like, I didn't even know that one existed.
The Hugh Freeze one?
No, I did not.
I mean, you think he made it up, though? You're not suggesting he made it
No,
up.
I'm not. I just wonder how many of those they disappear because I don't know about them.
So you're saying I'm cheating?
Yes,
I'm
that's
not saying
exactly.
that.
Well, that's exactly what you're saying.
You're insinuating that I cheat on this.
Oh, I think that some go forgotten.
I write them down. And am I saying I've been perfect forever since we started this? No.
Well, Lunsford said Lunsford was looking at it earlier. It's on a site published somewhere. Is it at nextroundlive.com? Is that where Lunsford was?
That hasn't been updated in a while, but yes.
Okay.
That one's old enough to where it's still there.
All right. Take a screenshot of that.
I got it right here. I can't believe, I mean, of all the things you would do, you insinuate I would cheat. I've paid off 32 steaks in our time.
Some can be forgotten.
Why don't you put it on the website? That way it's there
I
for-
do. It's hard to keep updated, but I'll go back and update it again on the website.
I don't want to make you work anymore.
Yeah, I'll do it, man.
There's the anger.
New York Butcher Shop. No, I'm just saying, New York Butcher Shop's why. The only reason I brought it up was to get into our New York Butcher
I've
Shop
already
win.
done the spot.
I know. That's all I'm saying. I wasn't bragging or anything. I hate when I'm down 9 steaks, but I take it like a man when I'm down 9 steaks. I never accuse you of cheating or anything. Quick break here. When we come back, we'll jump into some college football. Brown's got some clock rules that are changing. We hate when we speed up the game, but I bet we're doing it. It's next right here on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken. Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
A little college football in just a second, but first over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive Chat Room, 4 great locations. Your tires, bumper-to-bumper service, everything. Our friends at Vulcan Tire, great locations around town, including the new one in Pell City. A couple of you are saying when we were discussing or at some point dissing Mississippi State being in the tournament as of Saturday going in, according to Lenardi, that maybe the resume did not back that up. And you guys were saying you think Mississippi State's resume is better than Auburn's resume. What does Ken Pom say about that?
Well, Ken Pom would say, I'm looking at the net right here. Which one do you want, Ken Pom?
Net's fine with me. I don't care.
Yeah, because I think that's what the NCAA is going to use. Auburn is 30th in the net. State is 43. State also actually dropped the spot in the most recent net. So quad 1 and 2, State is 7 and 9, and quad 1 and 2, Auburn is, I looked at this earlier, Auburn is 8 and 9. So it's pretty much the same thing. Both of them beat Arkansas, which is the highest on both of their schedules at 19 in the net.
Wow.
It's amazing Arkansas is still 19.
I'm surprised because, State does have wins against Marquette and TCU. I would have thought Marquette and TCU would be above Arkansas.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Both of them beat Arkansas. I was doing common wins there. So
Okay.
Yeah. So Marquette is 14 and TCU is 21. So that would be, if you want a feather in State's cap, that would certainly be a feather in State's cap. Because they did a lot of people forget that about State early on, 58-55 win over Marquette. But I was going common when they were with Arkansas. But yeah, State's got better wins overall than Auburn does. Now, they've also got a worse record.
I just don't know how State gets in.
Yeah. Well, we'll see down the stretch. And Lenardi updating constantly, but never as fast as we want him to do that. Our friends at Bromberg's, though, it can be fast if you need a ring, but it's always going to be great when you get it from Bromberg's, and it's been that way for almost 2 centuries now.
Yeah, family-owned and operated since 1836. They are your diamond specialists. If you're looking to pop the question, make sure you get in. Check out their Mountain Brook and their Summit locations. Also, Bromberg's thrilled to be the official Oris jeweler, introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. You'll find a wide selection of classics, rugged sports models, and even limited edition novelty timepieces at their Summit store. Each timepiece superbly functional. For more information, go to brombergs.com/watches/Oris or just drop by their Summit location to check out that selection.
JD writes in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive Twitter feed. Alabama fans would love to get UCLA in the bracket to get a little payback. I'm not sure UCLA is the team you'd love to see. You want the easiest path to the Final Four, in my opinion.
Yeah, but you're going to have to play tough teams at some point. You may as well try to get some revenge against UCLA.
Yeah, I mean, if Alabama does get to another Elite Eight, and whoever they're playing is going to be really, really good.
Well, I think just watching the unveiling of the 16 top seeds, just making when you get to the Sweet 16, those games get tough because there's nobody that was unveiled. Can we see the bracket again for us for the 16 teams? That were unveiled by the selection committee on Saturday morning at 11:30 Central before games were played on Saturday. So this is how the committee had them. And really, there's no easy game on the board when you see that there. I mean, you take Alabama and go all the way down to the bottom end there. I mean, Xavier, Gonzaga, Marquette, and Indiana, the 4s there. That's the Sweet 16 games.
Yeah, I mean, Gonzaga's already beaten Alabama.
Yeah. And UConn's a 5 seed. They're not mentioned there, but most people believe they're on the 5 line with Creighton, who I think is tough, St. Mary's, and Miami. And you know how good Miami is.
Yeah. Creighton and UConn are 5 seeds, huh?
Yeah, and so is Miami.
Oof. That's a tough 5 seed right there.
St. Mary's, UConn, Creighton, and Miami, they're 5 seeds.
That's going to be hard to find a 5-12 matchup. You get one of those, or 5-12 upset. You get one of those every year, but with those 5s?
Yeah, if they stay there, if they don't move up to 4s at some point. So it just, even as a 1 overall seed, you get the gimme game first usually. Sorry, Virginia. And then that second game gets a little bit more interesting because that's usually that's 8-9, 1 versus 8-9.
Yep.
So that's a juicy game. I mean, just look at the teams we're talking about. Auburn and Kentucky are 8-9 like teams.
Yeah.
So you're playing the like teams of, say, Auburn and Kentucky in the SEC. So basically you're playing a really good conference game at that point, the equivalent of that. And then at that point, you know, the next two just to get to your first Final Four ever are going to be slobber knockers. It's not easy.
The interesting thing, though, is how many of these teams, and if you really start to break this down, and we talked about how important home court advantage has been, but a lot of these teams that are your 5, 6, 7, 8 seeds are so much better at home than they are on the road. Like Northwestern, watching their 20-point win against Iowa yesterday. You know, Northwestern they'll probably be ranked when the polls come out today, but Northwestern at home is really good. Northwestern on the road is not that good.
Yeah.
11 Big Ten wins this year for Northwestern for the first time since 1931 that they've got 11 Big Ten wins.
Yeah, I mean, they just went to their first NCAA tournament under Chris Collins a couple of years ago. That has been a college football a lot of the time, but a college basketball deathbed. I mean, that is an awful, awful college basketball program. So to have the type of play that they've had of late is pretty incredible, really.
Let's get to some college football talk after LT tells us about our friends at Slice. Some of you said you went to Slice for the first time over the weekend because of our conversations here and loved it, especially the Hot Mama, which is my favorite. Slice and the great locations, and we'll be at one very soon.
Yeah, look, we got the Saturday night. We picked up a wing and a prayer, a perfect pepperoni, and a super cheese. Their specialty pizzas are fantastic. 4 locations now to serve you. We're going to be out at the Slice location in Crestline this Thursday night. Make sure you join us. We'll give you more details once we get that all put together. That is the newest location, the original in Lakeview, one in Vestavia, one in Montevallo. Local pizza, local ingredients, created by the Bajaya brothers, the late Jeff, Jason, Chris. They do a fantastic job. Best pizza in Birmingham, great beer selection. Stop in for more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Troy brings up a good point. Northwestern, as they move back up, Auburn had a win over them earlier this year. Wasn't it like 58, 55?
Very much a rock fight game. I was trying to find where Northwestern is 39th in the net. So they are right around where Mississippi State is. And somebody was saying they've got the same record. I was talking about conference record. State and Auburn have a different conference record. Obviously, that's still yet to be played, but the overall record is the same.
Yeah. All right. So we get to college football, and I've said this since we started doing the show. 4-hour college football games do not bother me. I don't want a long baseball game. I don't want a long basketball game. I don't want a long, Daytona 500. But college football 4-hour games don't bother me. I don't know why it is. I will sit and watch a college football game I'm interested in for as long as it takes. So we always are trying to, we being the big conglomerate of people who run college football, trying to find a way to speed up the game. Brown, there's new clock rules. Am I going to like it?
No, you're not. College football games being 4 hours doesn't bother me either. What does bother me is ESPN insisting on building 3-hour windows for 4-hour games.
Yeah.
Like, it's not going to be 3 hours.
I see what you're saying.
So we're having to start games on ESPN app, ESPN News. We've got games overlapping. I don't like that part of it. That's an ESPN problem. However, Dunaway, 4-hour games are a problem with a lot of college administrators because they believe that shortening the game, lessening plays, will lessen injuries. Now, the odds will tell you they're right. Fewer plays, fewer injuries, right? I mean, that does only make sense. Now, it doesn't mean fewer catastrophic injuries because it can happen on play 1 or play 50. It doesn't matter, right? So here are the suggestions according to Ross Dellinger, Sports Illustrated. And Ross, these would be in effect this year. They have not been voted on, but these are for this year. Yes. These are for this football season. They have yet to be voted on.
I hate it already.
But Ross's sources say that they do have strong approval. That a lot of these have good approval ratings.
Of course
not all
they're
of
going
them.
to, because they're gonna sort of paint it with player safety.
Yeah.
Right. Instead of technically what they're doing is speeding it up to fit it into a media window is what they're doing. Yes.
All right, so here we go. Here is rule number 1. You ready for rule number 1? Consecutive timeouts would be prohibited. This is, in a lot of ways, directed primarily at icing the kicker. And this is an NFL rule, if I'm not mistaken. You can only call the one timeout. You can't call all 3 of your timeouts to ice the kicker.
I don't have a problem with that.
I'm probably okay with that rule change.
Yeah, I think it's a little stupid. I think one timeout's enough.
Yeah, no consecutive timeouts. So I'm okay with that one. That's saving minimal time, however.
Okay. So I'm backing up now.
All right, so
I'm
put
okay
it in
with
reverse,
that.
Terry.
I'm okay with that one.
All right, you're not going to like this one. No, you're going to be okay with this one, actually. No one time down at the end of the first quarter or third quarter. So if you've got a penalty at the end of the first quarter and the clock's on 0, you'll play an untimed down. What they're saying now is we'll just enforce that penalty and start the second quarter of the fourth quarter.
No problem. He's going to lose somebody some money that are betting quarter bets. But
that's on you.
Or the square at the local Texaco.
Yeah, right. So that's a minimal change. That's going to save seconds right there. Here are the two big ones though. Number 3, the clock runs after first downs, except for inside 2 minutes of the half. So it's the NFL model with a slight variation that inside 2 minutes you stop after first down. So first down will not stop the clock most of the game.
Don't like that.
I don't like it, man.
Yeah. So, a college football game can have numerous plays. I don't even know how to say I don't know what an average amount of plays is for a college football game. If you put this in, it is estimated this would eliminate 7 to 9 plays per game. So you're losing 7 to 9 plays.
That one rule change
institution,
is 7 to 9 plays.
Wow. Right.
And you're not done yet.
I am not. There's a much bigger one that I bet you this one doesn't get passed.
Bigger than not stopping the clock after first downs, except in the last 2 minutes of a half or game.
Yep. This is bigger.
BS.
The fourth one being suggested is that a clock would run after an incomplete pass once the ball is spotted. So obviously currently in any level
we don't
of
even
football,
do that in the NFL, do we?
Any level of football, incomplete pass, go to huddle, come to the line of scrimmage, clock doesn't start to the ball snapped.
Where do we drive our tractors and protest this? Let's go protest this. Come on.
That one they estimate would eliminate as many as 14 to 20 plays per game.
Yeah.
So I guess if you instituted both of those, you're talking about knocking out 30 plays a game.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is insane when you think about it. 30 plays a
because
game.
on average, I am guessing you run about 130 to 135
I
plays.
said I didn't know where the average is, but I think you're probably right. So this would negate, 20% of the plays?
I would say 65 or 70 snaps for most teams out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't like the last two either, Charles, one of our great female listeners.
Man, what are you really trying to do? Because, how many games, it does seem like the 2:30 CBS always extends, but I would say that your average college football games are around 3 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah, but let's be honest. And let's be honest. And I know who pays for everything in college athletics. It's the media rights holders. And those commercial breaks are only going to be more expensive and get longer the more we're paying media rights, right? That's what's paying the SEC and the Big Ten all these billions of dollars is the television network. So that comes with commercials.
Yeah, because the immediate response is Brooks, or don't take 600 commercials. Well, that
ain't gonna happen.
That's how you hand out those big checks.
That's why the Big Ten signed $1 billion deal,
right.
and it's why the SEC eventually will sign $1 billion deal. Is those commercials? That's what pays for it. I understand that. So, but let's stop changing the game, and let's just accept it. And listen. The TV folks are stretching the game, making it longer than 3 hours to 3.5 hours. I would imagine the game hasn't changed that much from when we used to play it to now, except two things have changed. One, we hurry up the offenses. We never used to do that. So that's going to be more plays, but that doesn't extend the game. And the other thing is we throw the football more, and there are incomplete passes. Now, that's what slows down the game more than in the old days when they didn't throw the ball as much. When Bear Bryant and Woody Hayes and Bo and all them were running the football, the clock ran, and it ran really fast. Right?
But you want to speed up a game more than any. I'll tell you, the one change the NFL has made that college football could make, it's more necessary in college football than the NFL, that would speed up the game infinitely, is going to expedited review. The NFL did that this year. I don't even remember the NFL announcing they were doing it. I just remember watching an NFL game, and they didn't stop for review, but they changed the outcome of the play.
Yeah, but
now it's a little different in the NFL. I get that.
But what's the problem with that, Brown?
It's going to open up the conspiracy theorist door.
But it also is, as I watched the NFL this year, I was like, well, why are we having to throw the flag here?
No, I agree
why
with
can
you
we
on
not
that.
challenge that? Why is that not being expedited and overruled?
But the thing that slows college football down as much as anything is we run a play ends, team huddles, team comes to line of scrimmage, or then nobody huddles anymore. Team comes to line of scrimmage, then we blow the play down. Then the ref runs over and turns on his mic and says the previous play's under review. Then sometimes you run 70 yards because why we don't have one on each end of the field, I'll never understand.
Yeah.
But he has to run all the way to the other end of the field to get to the replay guy. Then we go to a commercial break.
Why does he even need to run? Why can he not just stand out by the huddle?
The guy comes to him?
No, why, just stay at the huddle. Why does he even need to be
I
in the
know.
conversation? Because we're making the ruling in Birmingham, right?
Yep. Yeah, I really don't know. To answer your question, I don't know why we do review the way we do it at all.
Why do we even need the official in there looking at the screen? Let's let him stay where he is. And you got a replay official at the stadium, and they're watching it in Birmingham. They're making the decisions anyway. Hell, just let the head official stay where he is and then tell him, hey, we decided you guys blew that one. It's Alabama's ball.
But I don't know about you.
Alabama's not even playing in the game.
NFL. Watching the NFL, that expedited review, like you see a play, CBS shows it or Fox shows it, and you're like, ooh, I don't think that was a touchdown. Sure enough, an expedited review, the ball is ruled down on the one. It wasted no time. We didn't go to commercial. Nobody had to run across the field to look at anything.
Yeah,
I think there is no way the final one gets passed.
I don't think so either.
On the incomplete pass.
Honest to goodness, I mean, as much as we don't want to shorten
that is
games.
Little League. That's like Nintendo rule.
As much as we don't want to shorten games, if they quit stopping the clock after first downs, except outside 2 minutes, I don't think you would notice. I don't think you would.
Probably not, but that's one of the things that's different from college from the NFL.
Yeah. Oh, it is different, but I don't think you would notice.
Probably not. All right, Ross Dellinger with the inside information. One thing we learned about Ross over the years is he's got really great sources. Our friends at MyBookie can give you the source to bet on the games coming up in basketball all this week leading up to March Madness. Later on, we'll be telling you about how you got a chance to win Chuck's Bucks. You can win your own bucks right now from our friends at MyBookie.
Yeah, MyBookie.ag, code next round. Lance gave you some of those, in his opinion, look-ahead lines to Alabama and Auburn this week. When they are not look-aheads anymore, they are actual lines. You can play them right there at MyBookie.ag. Get geared up for the NCAA tournament as well. Join now, MyBookie.ag, code next round, and you'll get a sign-on bonus when you sign up. Now, a lot of places are going to give you that sign-on bonus, but what they're not going to do, you got to read the fine print. They're not going to let you have it right away. MyBookie.ag does. You go bet it once, it's yours forever. MyBookie.ag, code next round. MyBookie.ag, code next round. Sign up, get that sign-on bonus, yours forever after one bet. College basketball, NBA as they head towards the playoffs, XFL, USFL coming up, all of that right there at MyBookie.ag. Weekly blackjack tournaments even. Use code NEXTROUND at MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Brown's got one more point on the rule change conversation after he tells us about our friends at Nichols Outfitters. And then we'll do a video on a stake bet to see if LT remembered this one from Friday.
Back to pile on a little more.
No. It's just we recorded it, so
okay, gotcha.
We just didn't get to it on Friday.
50% off all deer hunting accessories. Get geared up for the next deer season. That goes through the end of February. So what, you got 9 more days here, counting today? The team at Nichols Outfitters has a ton in store for you. Make the most of your season with the largest firearm showrooms in the state as well. 50% off deer hunting accessories through the end of February. Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. Nichols Outfitters knows the outdoors. The only other point I was going to make is, they changed the rule several years ago where when a player goes out of bounds outside of the last 2 minutes, the clock keeps running. You watch a game now, that doesn't even really, the only thing that jumps out at me is when the announcers don't realize it. Like a guy gets out of bounds at 4. Oh, I can't believe he got out of bounds. Well, there's 4 minutes to go, buddy. Clock ain't stopping.
That's right.
Yeah, so
so back in the old days, you went out of bounds even at 13:20.
Clock stopped till the snap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
So they changed that, and you don't even notice that anymore. You really don't. So I think the first down thing will be a lot like that.
Boy, how long would 1977 football games have been if they threw the football?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Wow.
so that change happened several years ago, and it doesn't even affect the way you watch a game now. You don't even really notice it because you've just learned that rule. And I honest to goodness, I think if the clock didn't stop after first downs, it would become that way to you. Now, the incomplete pass thing, that's a significant change.
John says, have all the advertisements and TV games run at halftime. Well, you wouldn't watch them.
Yeah.
And so then the ad dollars would not add up to anything, and then college athletics would go broke.
Yeah, you go to the bathroom at halftime.
I do think it's interesting that you're shortening these games, which means less commercials.
Oh, I don't think it will, though.
No,
Lance.
I mean, it's be the same number of commercial breaks.
It means less action.
Yeah.
There'll be the same amount of commercial breaks for the same amount of commercials. You'll just be getting more commercials, less action.
Trust me, I have friends in the in commercial broadcasting business, and we do the same number of ads regardless of content. Let's see. Don't stop the clock and let the refs decide extra time.
No, yeah, that won't
like
be
soccer.
It won't be controversial at all in an Iron Bowl.
But there is some good ideas in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. The signage, then we've seen some startup leagues do this, but in soccer, when we're watching the World Cup, what did we all notice? The electronic signage on the sidelines where you had ads that were running and changing the entire time. That could help your broadcast partners a little bit, but we know how the world works, right? They would still do the same number of commercials. They would just sell the advertisements.
That's what we call bonus ads.
No, but if you had rotating ads on the field that are just, graphics.
I don't want it on my field, though. That
I know you don't.
That bothers me to no end.
I
would
get it.
rather take a commercial break. I would rather take a commercial break than have a logo superimposed on the field.
So TurboTax is on the field, you would hate.
Drives me batty.
Yeah.
It just tells me I'm watching crappy, low-level football.
I bet it's coming.
I'm sure it is. Okay, LT, I think you were gone at this. LT gave me 2 spins of the wheels to I've got a stake on the XFL champion, but not picking them.
Oh, okay.
I just spun the
got
wheel.
it. Yeah.
We didn't get to it live in the show. Lunsford records it, so here we go. Roll it. We'll spin the wheel. Leave our mics open. Go ahead and play it. Just play it because it's a long spin. My fake look. I spun it a little too hard. Spun it a little left.
Yeah, when people do that at Odie's, Rockstar reaches up and slows it down. Yeah.
So who is my first team?
It's going to be Seattle.
Oh, you've not seen this?
I have
you don't
not
know?
seen it.
Yeah.
Is it a good team? I don't even know who's good.
Well, I mean, I'm going to tell you what
they
the
played one
records
game.
I did not watch one down of the XFL.
I didn't either.
You've got Vegas.
Vegas good?
Vegas is 0-1.
Oh, Vegas is 0-1. Oops.
That's what he said. You don't hit us.
I don't even remember what.
You don't hit Vegas again, do you? We would have to do a third spin.
I think I hit it where it is an X and we have to respin.
I'm glad we didn't edit that out.
I don't think Lunsford edited it out.
CLX.
Damn, you almost got Seattle.
Is Seattle good?
I mean, I don't know if they're good.
Not only they played one game, how do we know who's good? I think a lot of Alabama fans are going to be pulling for St. Louis because McCarron's back with them.
Oh, I remember. I have now.
Vegas.
San Antonio. They lost to St. Louis.
You got 2 0-1s.
So I got 2 0-1 teams. So San Antonio and Vegas are my two teams to win the XFL championship.
But Vegas is
state.
the Vipers, right?
No.
Yeah, I think they are.
I think Arlington Vipers.
I know
think.
San Antonio's the Brahmas.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
John
Vegas.
says Vegas are the Vipers.
Yeah.
The Vipers.
Yeah, so you lost a 3-point game and a 2-point game.
Oh,
So
fantastic.
Heartbreaker.
Still in the hunt.
I wish you would have gotten the Guard. Apparently, the Guardians are the sucky team.
Why do you say that? They got blown out?
Yeah, they got blown out.
Yeah.
I did not watch one snap of the XFL. And I told these guys, I've been around since the World Football League of America in the 70s. Not even America, just the World Football League, WFL. There was a World Football League of an American later. So the WFL in the 70s with the Birmingham Vulcans and Americans. This is the first league. This is the first league I did not watch one play, one down of. And I saw the A.J. McCarron highlights on SportsCenter last night was the first I've seen of it.
Yeah.
Did you watch any?
No, look, I think I flipped past it, going basketball game to basketball, but I didn't stay on it. I might have watched a snap, but I saw the same highlights you saw. And one of you two brought it up this morning. The USFL's got their draft tomorrow.
They do. They're the first ever college draft.
Should we do a viewing party for the draft? I just think it's going to be hilarious that they're going to be drafting.
I mean, this has become Battle of the Network Stars, if you will, because ESPN, ABC, and with the power of SportsCenter is pumping XFL at you, right? The USFL is owned by Fox and broadcast on Fox and NBC. So it's really interesting to see that yesterday our buddy Skip Holtz, head coach of the world champion Stallions, is on pit road in pre-race right before they start the engines on the Fox NASCAR broadcast.
Yeah.
And they talked about, hey, you won the league in the first year. He gives a sound bite. They had the New Orleans Breakers head coach there who said, I'm going to beat him twice this year. And they laugh, and they go to the next driver who I'm sure didn't watch one down at the USFL. And they said, what, did you see the USFL coaches over there? Michael Waltrip said. And he's like, oh, yeah, I love the USFL on Fox.
Did I read that properly?
Is that what I'm supposed to say, Waltrip?
I do think it is funny how the USFL's commercials, though, on Fox are like, football is back in 8 weeks.
Yeah.
Like they are ignoring the fact that the XFL even exists.
Yeah, so you do have battle of the television networks there. But that's the first one. I mean, I watched the Alliance on television, watched obviously the USFL debut in person, and then watched it on television. This is the first league. I did not watch a down of it, and there's not top 10 is right here with your DC United,
who
apparently blew a lead.
Bad uniforms. Bad uniforms all over that game, by the way. That's the only thing I saw was I had SportsCenter on, and my wife was coming into the den, and we were about to watch Better Call Saul together, and they were kicking it to this game, and they were talking about how the crowds have been great. This is expected to be the best crowd the XFL has seen all weekend. And about that time, boop, I hit the Netflix button. I mean, I don't care. I don't care about the XFL.
Really, how many people were engaged and watched an entire 3-hour game?
Let's make that another Cowan Equipment poll question. How many of you watched, phrase it like this, I watched a whole game and I'm interested, I watched a whole game, I watched parts of a game, or I didn't turn it on at all. Those would be your three choices this weekend. And I, for the first time ever, did not turn it on at all. I watched Over the weekend, I watched 2 full Alabama softball games. I watched every lap of the Daytona 500. I watched a lot of college basketball. We brought this up last week. I'm just not in the mood for football right now because the Super Bowl just ended.
My wife made that point when that game was coming on before we turned on Better Call Saul. She was like, I just think there's something about like rhythms in life.
Yep.
Right.
And I'm not in the football rhythm right now.
Nope. I enjoyed college basketball this weekend, and I loved the heck out of it. I watched Alabama, UCLA in softball on Friday. UCLA is one of the best teams in the country. Alabama lost 5-3 to them. And I watched Alabama and Florida State yesterday on a side TV, and Alabama won that one 2-1 in a pitching duel. Montana Fouts, who had struggled a bit, looked really good against a really good Florida State team, number 6 in the country. All of that over the XFL this weekend. So we'll see. We'll see how it does and everything. But with the power of SportsCenter and ESPN behind it, it'll get some eyeballs. Can't wait till Brown gives us an update on television ratings.
Probably going to be tomorrow for that.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. I can't wait till we do that. Speaking of Brown giving us something, he will do our weekly visit into the KenPom, who's meeting scenarios to end up being national champions, who's in the mix and who's not. We know Houston's there. They're a mainstay. We'll find out who else is touching that right now. And we'll get back into Alabama being number 1 overall and a lot more as we roll on the show that's being brought to you in part today by our friends right there at Bud Light. Bud Light and Ghost Energy drinks, both available with our friends at Adams Beverage here locally. Bud Light, great tasting beer always. You get a chance to, I pulled up some old Budweiser Light logos. In fact, I put it on my sheet here. Look how cool that Budweiser Light logo is from back in the day.
Oh, wow.
I would like that on a T-shirt. Yeah. Little retro Budweiser Light.
So is that what they used to call it, was Budweiser Light, and just got shortened to Bud Light?
Yeah.
And
so,
I don't think that lasted long, though.
Yeah, we went quickly to Bud Light, and that's my go-to beer on the golf course or anywhere. Wherever you're buying your beer this weekend, our friends at Bud Light, always the answer for you. We're back in a moment.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Great businesses stand the test of time, and our friends at Wayne's are celebrating their 50th year in business in 2023. And as a way for Wayne's to say thank you to loyal customers and communities Wayne's serves, you'll get $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. $50 off for existing customers as you add new services or brand new customers. So save $50 on every service you sign up for with Wayne's. This offer is good through February 28th. That's 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com and the code TNR.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube. You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Back with you on The Next Round. Second half of the show now. We start the third hour, as always, brought to you by our friends at Champy's. World-famous fried chicken, champyschicken.com, right there on 119 in Alabaster. Wonderful place to get by there and have that wonderful southern fried chicken, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You may not be a tamale fan, but if you've never had the Mississippi Delta recipe, man, it just changes the flavor to me totally. Love those things, and Sterling does it as good or better than anybody in America, or the Mississippi Delta. Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, the poor boys, and a lot more. It's all right there. Highway 119 in Alabaster, Champy's. Champy's.com, open for lunch and dinner today. In your headlines, Alabama's number 1 overall, according to the NCAA Selection Committee. They have Alabama, Houston, Purdue, and Kansas as the 4 1 seeds there. Bama comes on and blitzes Georgia 108-59. They're 13-1 in the SEC, but still just one game ahead of Texas A&M in the SEC standings. Auburn drops one at Vandy. Heartbreaker for the Tigers, 67-65. In that game, K.D. Johnson hit a big 3 with 11 seconds to go, and it looked like that thing was going to go to overtime. But a late 2-point bucket from Vandy wins it for them. They've lost 4 straight road games as Auburn. And they've got road games left at Rupp and in Tuscaloosa.
Those are tough ones, too. If you've lost 4 straight and those are your next 2.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. wins the Daytona 500. We'll talk more in a second. JM over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive, we would have loved to have seen the retro Budweiser Light logo. Forster, do you have that? There it is. Isn't that not a good-looking logo?
Oh, yeah. Very, very clean.
Yep.
Yep.
That's
I've always that Anheuser-Busch logo, the eagle coming through the A, is just an iconic logo. Anytime you can incorporate that.
Yeah, great color scheme too.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I like that too. A little Budweiser Light. I like when companies go a little retro sometimes.
Yeah, I agree with you. I like that too.
Yeah, show a little of your history there.
Yeah. Alabama did, by the way, drop to number 2 in the AP poll, if you care. Houston, number 1 with 48 first-place votes. Alabama, 2. So what?
Well, we have to care.
Okay.
We can't just care when Alabama's number 1.
Well,
We got to care.
I swear, at one point earlier this year, you told me you didn't care about the AP poll.
I don't, but we did make a big deal when Alabama was 1 last week, so we have to make a big deal that Houston's 1 this week.
Yeah, that's true. It does lose a little pop once you see what the NCAA Selection Committee is saying.
It's like the AP poll in football when
we like it until the Selection Committee starts releasing theirs weekly, and then
That's
you're like, AP doesn't really matter anymore.
Yeah, it's these guys
That's
now.
right.
These 13 people matter.
So Houston is number 1 with 48 first-place votes. Alabama number 2 with 7. Kansas number 3 also with 7 first-place votes. The voters agree with Lance. UCLA at number 4. Purdue 5th. Virginia 6. Arizona 7. Texas 8. Baylor 9. Marquette is number 10.
Go to the bottom. Who was it you said could be in the top 20? Northwestern.
Only
Go
got
see
the
if
top 10.
Northwestern got in.
Only got the top 10.
Only top 10 every week.
Every week.
Every
we
week.
do this. We've been doing this every week since December, really.
Every week. Give me cut.
I'll try to find.
Give me cut 4. Remember last week we laughed about this. Mike White, the head coach of Georgia. Remember the soundbite we had coming in where he said we just need to make sure we're still in the game at the first timeout, media timeout.
Man, he was prophetic about this.
We were like, what is that, 16 minutes? The first 4 minutes of the game? You're not going to be in the game at the first 4 minutes of the game? Well, guess what? They were not. And they get blitzed by Alabama 108-59. Here's Mike White after the game.
When you have games like this and with your program moving forward, you want them just to totally forget about this, or you go back, watch it, learn kind of what happens now?
Dash, I think it'd be hard to forget about this one, to be honest with you. And when you ask, what when you have something like this happen, I haven't been a part of something like this. I did a very poor job, obviously, preparing our guys. we looked rattled from the tip. Alabama's obviously a better basketball team than we are. They were terrific. As good of an offensive team as I've seen live or competed against in our league that I can remember. After the first few minutes of the game, honestly, it was we were out of character, and that had obviously a ton to do with how good these guys are.
Well, and the fact that you didn't give your team a chance.
I
wonder why they were so out of character. I mean, you told them, hey, look, man, if we can just make it the first 4 minutes without getting blown out, this is a positive.
But he says something in there. He says, now, if you can pull up how long Mike White's been in the league as an assistant or as a head coach, but he says it's the best offensive team he's seen in person in his time in coaching.
Well, he took over right after Billy Donovan left, right?
I think so, yeah.
So, I mean, he's been in the league over 10 years, maybe close to 15.
So do you watch Alabama and think this is the best offensive SEC team I've seen the last decade?
Well, when they put 108 on you and right in front of you, I mean, it is hard to ignore that. I don't disagree. He's been at Florida. He was at Florida in 2015 and then Georgia, but he was also an Ole Miss assistant from 04 to 11, so he's seen a lot. Also a Jack State assistant for 4 years, so he saw some great basketball at the Pete. But he's been in the league quite a while. For him to say that is a pretty big statement.
Yeah, I thought that jumped out at me there. Brown now has the entire top 25 from the Associated Press, and I would imagine that includes Northwestern.
All the way up to 21, from outside the poll to 21.
Good call by LT.
Yeah,
there.
good call by LT. You know who else snuck in this week? The team I continue to doubt, week in, week out.
Texas A&M.
Texas A&M is number 25.
Well, at some point, if you got the third best overall league according to the metrics, Paul sends us the metrics on the best conferences. Big 12, Big 10, SEC is third. Big East, Pac-12, Mountain West, ACC seventh, still lingering down there. And UAB's future home, the American, is eighth. If you've got the third best conference, you would think that somewhere along the way there would be another top 25 team with Alabama and Tennessee.
There barely is, and the next one is, among others, receiving votes. Kentucky just getting 12 votes. It took, or getting 12 points. It took 125 points to get in the poll. Kentucky is getting 12 points, so they are way back. I mean, the SEC is not particularly close to getting another one in.
Paul points this out on the metrics about conferences. It is the Big 12 and a huge gap between the Big 12 and the Big 10. Almost 4 full points, rating points. And then you go down the rest of the way. Some are 1 point separations or half point separations or quarter point separation, but a full 4 point separation between number 1 Big 12 and number 2 Big 10 on the metrics of who has the toughest conference.
And that's from KenPom that he is using. So if you want to look at that, Dunaway, you got Kansas at 7, Texas at 11, Baylor at 14, Iowa State at 13, TCU at 19, Kansas State at 24, West Virginia at 26, 15 and 12 West Virginia. Overall, 15 and 12. They're in everybody's tournament projections right now, West Virginia is. And I think they're 6 and something in conference, Lance. Or 4 and so. I mean, they're not very good in conference.
West Virginia in conference, hey, as good as that conference is, they are 4 and 10.
4 and 10. I even had them. Oklahoma State is 32.
I just don't know how you can have a team that's 4 and 10 in conference.
That's the big test. That's the big test of how good the Big 12 is. What do you do with West Virginia, who, if you ignore conference record, they're 26 in the KenPom. I'll see where the net has them.
Yeah, but they asked the selection committee about that, and he gave the answer: we don't look at the conferences they're in. We just look at the resumes.
Well, they're 32nd in the net, so I'll tell you what neighborhood that puts them in. Auburn is 30th. Miami is 31, who you just had as a 5 seed?
A 5 seed, yeah.
West Virginia is 32. Utah State 33. Nevada 34. Kentucky 35. So in the NCAA metric eyes, they are in the same neighborhood as Auburn, Miami, and Kentucky.
Because Seth Davis asked the question. He's like, and they showed all 10 teams. He goes, you look at the net, your 10 teams, can you put all 10 teams in? And he's like, we don't look at conferences. We look at individual team resumes. So they're not big. West Virginia is not a Big 12 team to us. West Virginia has West Virginia's resume, and their resume is they are playing a lot of quad 1 games.
Oh, yeah. I bet you their quad 1 record now, it's not going to be a good record because they've lost a lot of them. They're 5-11 in quad 1. They've played 16 quad 1 games.
Yeah.
To put that in perspective, Alabama, who's got an incredibly difficult schedule this year, has played 11, and they have played 16.
That's right. How many has Auburn played? Quad 1 games.
Auburn has played 8 quad 1 games.
8 for Auburn, 11 for Alabama, 16 just for West Virginia.
Or excuse me, 9 for Auburn. My apologies, 9 for Auburn. Yeah.
Yeah.
So West Virginia, I mean, they're playing a quad 1 team just about every night based on those numbers I just gave you.
Okay. Before Brown gives us our weekly visit into the metrics that decides the national champion, it's always good to keep up with this running and moving target list of maybe something that'll help you when you fill out the brackets. It is time to reserve your bracket spot with our friends at Redmond LT. We're giving you a chance to win Chuck's Bucks, and we're about to put a QR code on the screen. There it is. If you get that QR code, you can go ahead and reserve your spot in our bracket. Go ahead and reserve your spot as we've teamed up with our friends at Redmont to give you a chance to win Chuck's Bucks.
Yeah, look, and we're going to be teaming up with Redmont not only on this bracket promotion, but also on the Thursday and Friday first couple of days of the NCAA tournament. We're going to be live on location with Redmont Vodka in Birmingham. We'll give you more information on that. But remember, Redmont Vodka, their aim is clarity and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Available at your local package store, including Pink Package in the beverage place, also ABC stores. Ask for it by name. It is Redmont Vodka.
All right. Before we get to Rockstar's catch up with us, a little video from Rockstar on the road. Brown has the teams to keep an eye on.
When last we checked, which was back on February 8th, so almost 2 weeks ago, we had 11 teams that are in the KenPom. Now, if you don't know this, the KenPom offensive and defensive efficiency ratings. Since 2002, every single national champion has finished in the top 40 offense and top 25 defense. They've done both, all right? So you can start to narrow these teams down. Now, I do give the caveat that that ranking counts the NCAA tournament games. Obviously, we can't do that yet. We're just looking at where they stand right now. So, just because your team is not in this group of teams I'm about to name doesn't mean they're eliminated, but they would need to be close to meet this. All right, so we had 11 last time. We're down to 8. They are UCLA, Alabama, St. Mary's, still kicking, St. Mary's, Houston, Creighton, Kansas, UConn, and Purdue. We said so long to Maryland, Kansas State, and Virginia. All those teams dropped out.
Well, what makes, LT brought this up early in the show. What makes this thing so crazy, and it seems like it's more parity every year. We say this every year. It's going to be the softest bubble, the toughest tournament, the most chaotic tournament. But Maryland, who looked like when they beat Purdue the other night, like they could win the national championship, then they turn around this weekend and lose to Nebraska.
Yeah.
And not the good Nebraska, not the Matt Rule Nebraska, the other Nebraska. I mean, that was a tough loss.
Even that said, they are just barely out. I mean, they're 43rd in offense, 24th in defense. So they meet the defensive criteria, and they barely miss the offensive criteria. So Maryland is not that far out of this still, but they have dropped out.
Where is Texas right now?
Texas, Lance, I will tell you where Texas misses it. Wait, hang on. Let me go back to ranking here. Texas misses it on just the defensive end. They are 12th offensively, 32nd defensively. So that's another one that when I say, for instance, this counts your NCAA tournament games, by the end, Texas is close enough that they could easily be the national champion there. But right now, they don't meet the criteria right now.
All right, so Brown will keep us updated into that. We talked to Pat Bradley about an hour ago. You can get that podcasted at all of our platforms, wherever you get your podcasts, whether it's audio-wise on Odyssey, with your Alexa, Apple Podcast, Spotify, or you can go to our YouTube channel and check us out on Twitter and everywhere else as well as you watch and listen to us today on our 12 different platforms. We appreciate you guys being along with us today. Our buddy Rockstar is on the road, so that means Tyler is with us. Give me Tyler Cam real quick, nextround.store Cam. Tyler, we're told today is your birthday.
Yep.
Is that true?
24 today.
24. Look at Tyler growing up in front of our eyes.
Happy birthday, man.
So if you had your dream meal tonight at age 24, what would you, and not a restaurant or anything, just you got to sit in your most comfortable chair and they served you food, what would you want in front of you?
I don't know. I really want to try that Wagyu steak that New York Butcher Shop brought in. That looked really good.
Well played by you at age 24 to learn how quickly to drop a sponsor.
That's right.
So, do you like steak?
I do like steak.
Okay, so you like steak.
But you've never had Wagyu?
Never had Wagyu.
Lance will grill it on a gas grill for you.
I will.
Sushi, huh?
So you're a big sushi guy?
Oh, I love sushi.
I do too.
Yeah.
What is your favorite? What's your go-to sushi? Do you have a go-to? Not necessarily place, but I mean, like, what do you order when you go there?
Usually, if it's got crab and salmon, I'll go for that.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. See, I'm more of the tuna. I like the crab.
Do you?
But I want mine spicy.
See, I go for whatever's spicy, and I generally end up with a tempura shrimp.
Do you like your tuna the spicy when they sort of chop it up and put it into like a spicy mayo or something? I just like I like the tuna whole. They can put some spicy stuff on it. But
they do the drizzle on top, whatever it is. Yeah.
So I'll do the.
I don't like it when they chop it into like a little salad or something.
No, I don't need that.
But the spicy aioli. There's a couple of rolls around town. There's like a Magic City roll, a Godzilla roll. I always go
like
with
a
the spicy
Godzilla roll.
Yeah, I like the TNT roll. It used to be off the menu.
The TNT when you add the crab on top.
Yes, sir. Well, happy birthday, Tyler.
Oh, you need to do that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, Tyler, do you have any big plans? Obviously, it's not to watch the championship of the Madden League up here. That's happening Tuesday.
Well, and he's not going to be involved in it.
Wow.
I know I'm not either.
So, you got big plans on this birthday for you?
Probably just going to grab some dinner and head back home.
Head back home and get ready to work again tomorrow.
Yep.
Well, we for everyone who's in the chat room, we appreciate you, all the work you're doing behind the scenes when Rockstar's on the road. Speaking of Rockstar on the road, this is him the other day in Corpus Christi, Texas, which he made it sound when he was on the show with us Friday, made it sound really attractive and like it was a great concert hall and everything. And then he stepped outside and gave us this report.
Start checking in with you from Corpus Christi, Texas, gig number 4 or 5. That's the expressway above me. It's really loud, and I'm just going to give you a couple videos of where I am, which is so cool if you want to have an off day in Corpus Christi. Right by the venue, there's a couple things I want to show you. You got expressway construction, I guess. You got that. All right. And just under the expressway, you got some train tracks. Well, this sucks. I don't know how they got it here, but at least they put a fence around it so nobody, I guess, steal it. They have a minor league hockey team called the Corpus Christi Ice Rays. Yeah. And behind us, the venue, that's my finger. Behind it, I think is the Gulf of Mexico. I have to show you again. It's some kind of ocean. So here's the venue. And behind us is the Corpus Christi Bay. It's a cool ass name. It's really hits. I don't know how they came up with it, and on the Corpus Christi Bay, whoosh, you got the USS Lexington, I believe, and you got Fisherman Jack over here catching some marlin. Cool.
Oh, the USS Lexington.
How about that? Rockstar, a little historical tour.
Is that still in service?
I'll double check it right now.
Corpus
Jimmy.
Christi has always looked like a shithole to me.
You thought that looked bad right there?
Yeah. There was one I saw from Rockstar where he was like, and there's a batting cage here and some water slides that looks like it hasn't been open in about 20 years.
I did like the boat just randomly.
Yeah. Can you go back to just freeze frame the boat? Does it not have a little of the, this is going to date me here, but a little bit of the SS Minnow look to it, the old Gilligan's Island boat? It looked exactly like when it was up on shore during the old TV sitcom. It was near the beginning.
Beginning.
Yeah, near the beginning.
You know, there have been a lot of USS Lexingtons, Jim, as it turns out. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to find the one we're talking about here. Yeah. Rockstar could have mislabeled it too.
He could have. Does that not have a little SS Minnow to it?
Yeah, maybe
it does. Yeah,
One, the fact it's not in water, much like the SS Minnow was.
Right.
That is weird. How does that end up right there?
I don't know. Hurricane?
I'm going to guess a hurricane.
So that used to be water maybe, or got washed up during a hurricane?
Yeah, they
John
get displaced.
said it's a water park.
That's a water park? It's behind it. Oh, behind
it.
Wouldn't let my kids go to that one.
That's an eyesore is what that is.
Yeah. Well, hats off to the people of Corpus Christi that they have not spray painted that with some kind of graffiti on it.
Yeah, I was walking Railroad Park yesterday, and the graffiti down there is insane. And one of the kids was like, why don't they take the graffiti down? I'm like, because they'll just repaint it right back.
Yeah, not worth the time.
Any of it good? Like really good street
yeah,
art?
I mean, yeah, and so Jace is trying to tell me they can do that, these big murals in like 5 to 10 minutes, and I'm like, there's not a chance in hell they can.
But do you see it like when it's on a sign, like the directional sign on the overpass? And I'm like, I mean, that takes a minute to paint that crap on there.
That's what I would think, and I don't know how you don't get seen.
Exactly, seen or fall off and get hit by a truck. I mean, I don't see how they do that.
And Jace thinks they could do it in 5 or 10 minutes?
Yeah, he said he's seen some videos, but those are probably videos that are sped up.
Usually people make stencils before they go up there, so that way they can just spray it on real quick and then tear the paper.
That seems like a lot of work.
You throw the stencil on and then just spray in.
That ruins it for me.
I thought they were good. I thought they were just good artists.
I thought they were freehanding it like that guy in the Modelo commercials.
Take time to make too.
But it's anybody can make a stencil and spray paint over it there, Tyler.
What was his name?
I don't know, but now I don't trust him either.
Oh, the street painter on the Modelo commercial? Yeah.
I'll never drink another one. I feel like they've lied to me.
Made a huge impact.
All right, here we go. When we come back, we'll do trash. Stay with us. This is the next round, brought to you by all of our great sponsors, including our friends at Bud Light from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio. We're TNR.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
The next round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
LT's neighbor says there's a T and an E out on a restaurant sign in Tuscaloosa. Said they don't look like they're in a hurry to change it.
So at night it's lit up. Whores. Whores.
Still get wings, right?
I bet those mountains aren't blue, though. Part of the show today being brought to you in part by our friends at Wayne's. 50 years they're celebrating Wayne's. How about that? 50 years, a small company that's grown into a regional giant now, still taking care of you and all of the local folks who watch our show here, and they want to say thank you for 50 years of business. It's really a great teamwork, teaming up with you to protect your home, whether it's the termite, pest, lawn, or mosquito services they offer at Wayne's. And to say thank you for 50 years, they're offering $50 off the pest, the termite, the lawn, or the mosquito service. The offer is good for existing customers or for new customers. You go to this website, callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com. That'll take you to the website where you can learn more about this offer for new or existing customers. $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito services, and you can stack those to save $100 with 2 services, $150 for 3, and so on and so on. But the offer is only good now for about another week. February 28th is when the offer ends, and you have to use the promo code TNR. Use the promo code TNR, whether you're a new customer or an existing customer with Wayne's, to save money. If you're already a Wayne's customer, why not go ahead and throw TNR in there and save that money? Stack it up too. Callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com. One other note from the entertainment world, Cocaine Bear comes out this week. Anybody going to go see it?
I will not. No.
Is it streaming only, or is it in the theater?
No, it's theater. Jack and Jace are dying to go see it. I've got a feeling it's going to be one of these Snakes on the Plane, like a cult classic. I mean, it's so stupid. I looked for reviews. I can't find any reviews on it. But yeah, sadly, I'm going to go see it this weekend.
Outer Banks 3 is on Netflix now. Did anybody watch Outer Banks 1 or 2? Was it good?
Did not.
So my ex, my daughter, the boys, they all watch it, but they tell me I would not like it.
Too cheesy?
I don't know. They just said it's not what you would like, but they all like it a lot.
It's got a little OC in them, like a little OC and
I really don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
There's a new Guy Ritchie movie, too, Operation Fortune. I don't know if you like Guy Ritchie movies.
I do.
I've always kind of liked them.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. Well, I think his first 2 were his best. Locked, Stock, and 2 Smoking Barrels, and then the one with Brad Pitt. Why am I forgetting it? Snatch, yeah.
Yeah.
Those were great.
What was the recent one that I watched and I liked it?
The Gentleman?
Yeah, The Gentleman. I liked it.
No,
I thought that was really good. Yeah.
I thought McConaughey played a good part.
Yeah, I agree completely.
A.J. McCarron with a big finish to win in the XFL this past weekend. He's back in action Thursday night as St. Louis and Seattle play each other in Seattle. We asked a poll question earlier, Cowan Equipment poll question. Did you watch the XFL this weekend? Did you just watch a little bit of it, or did you not turn it on at all? And I'm interested to know what our pollsters are saying, Brownie.
63% say they did not turn it on. 28% said they watched part of the game. 8% watched an entire game. Now, you told me we got Thursday night XFL coming up this week.
That's right. Thursday night with A.J. McCarron in St. Louis at Seattle.
I don't care that it's A.J. McCarron, but I've got a shot at watching a Thursday night XFL game. I don't know what I've got on my schedule Thursday, but Thursday night I might sample a little bit of it.
Well, we're going to be at the new Slice.
We are.
So we're there at a time we'll tell you later on, but Thursday we're at Slice. Friday we're up at Johnson RV Center up in North Alabama. Which location? Coleman
we're
or
going to
Decatur?
the Coleman Show.
Coleman Show.
Yeah.
So we'll be at the Coleman Show on Friday up with our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com, JohnsonRVCenter.com. So Crestline Thursday, Coleman on Friday. If you live in those areas, come on out and say hi to us in the afternoons. We'd love to hang out with you guys. We'd like to hang out with Trash right now. Tyler, you got the big button ready to hit, man? Happy birthday. Hit the big button.
Vision Cable. Hi, watch me beat Peter McNeely on Vision Cable Vision. Great. Okay, now Comcast Cable. Great. Hi, I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me beat Peter McNeely on Comcast Cable Vision.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, to the new year, add to your financial uncertainty. Let the experts at Mortgage Right help get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything 2023 may bring, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, and reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. With Mortgage Right, there is no middleman. You can trust that your files will not leave their office. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply online, mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. We start first. Headline: The average American guy too fat for Universal's new Mario Kart ride.
Oh, no, not Mario Kart.
The new Mario Kart, Bowser's Challenge ride in Super Nintendo World, warns riders with waistlines measuring 40 inches or more that they may not be allowed to ride, leading critics to call it blatantly fat-phobic. I have never heard the word fat-phobic before. Have you?
Nor have I.
Me either, but if you can't fit into that now, come on.
So it's a size 40 pant is what they're saying?
Yeah, according to the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the average American waist circumference measures 40.5 inches per man.
Right.
And we can't get into
women, 38.7. Now, Universal Studio officials said, quote, this guideline is not a specific restriction, but is instead meant to encourage guests to try to test seat or to speak with one of our team members before riding so they may comfortably and safely board the ride. Now, one fan on Twitter said, quote, still mad about the 40-inch waistline requirement for the Mario Kart ride. It's just blatantly fat-phobic. There's nothing about it that can't accommodate a bigger human. Look, I mean, if you're too big for a ride, you're too big for a ride.
I don't think it's fat-phobic. I mean, you're scared of people that are large. I'm far more interested in how the ride works. Do you know anything about this ride, Tyler? Because I love Mario Kart.
Yeah, so it's an augmented reality game. So you've got goggles on, and you'll be able to see coins and power-ups on the track.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
While you're driving the go-kart.
Oh, I like this idea.
What's the one at Disney like that? It's the is it Toy Story that's like that, where you fire?
Yeah, there's like a Toy Story game basically that you put on goggles and fire at stuff.
We rode that when we were down there. That's actually a fun little ride.
Everything at Universal is infinitely smaller though. So being a bigger guy, I'd probably 95% of the things at Universal I can't fit on, and I fit on everything at Disney with ease.
Interesting.
So Universal's like that. But this is even worse than everything normally is at Universal.
I mean, do you have a problem with this though?
Well, no. I mean, if you got to make your ride a certain way, you got to make your ride a certain way.
I mean,
are we going to have a Mario Kart tournament up here?
I would love to
I wish
have
we would.
one.
Yeah, would y'all be in for that?
No, I've never played it.
Is there a head stick?
But trust me, you could be way in the lead and get that purple turtle shell and right over the head
It's
and
a
kill
blue
you.
turtle shell. But
Oh God, Tyler.
I
Don't be a
appreciate
rock
it.
star.
Yeah. By the way, I think at the time 6-year-old is when he started beating me at Mario Kart every time.
Mario Kart's fun. I like Mario Kart.
There was the one that you were in the space track, and you could easily fall off that. I hated that one.
But you know what they've done is the new ones you don't fall off anymore. Like the new game of Mario Kart, they stopped you from falling off the tracks and having to be towed back up.
Oh, well, that sucks.
Nah, actually, it's more fun that
you
way.
can turn it on and off.
Yeah. It's like bumper pool.
Chicago man facing a bucket of felony charges after allegedly robbing a man at gunpoint, then staying at the scene to eat the victim's takeout fried chicken.
Oh, come on.
Police arrived at the robbery scene within minutes, allegedly found James Taylor right there, age 20, still there enjoying the victim's chicken. The victim parked in front of his home around 1:30 a.m. Saturday, started to head towards his residence with his piping hot Yardbird. According to this, Taylor interrupted him to ask for a light. Victim said he didn't have one, kept walking. Taylor then tapped the man on the shoulder. When the victim turned around, Taylor was pointing a pistol in his face. Victim handed over his keys, $2 in cash, debit card, and the fried chicken. Taylor then climbed into the victim's car and went to work on the chicken while the victim dialed 911. Police arrested him a few minutes later. He's charged with aggravated unlawful use of a weapon, armed robbery with a firearm, and aggravated possession of a stolen motor vehicle. Now, the judge ordered Taylor to pay a $15,000 bail deposit and to go home on electronic monitoring. I do like some fried chicken.
I do too. I had a good piece the other night. Some random out of the way place. I mean, like, if you're going to steal a car, you just go ahead and get out of there. I mean, the chicken's got to be good, but you can eat that on the ride, can't you?
Yeah, you would think.
I like the way you're coaching them up right there.
Well, yeah, if you're going to steal a car, get it moving.
Yeah, don't steal any. Just go to our friends at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119.
I agree with
That's where
that.
they bring you. Yeah, it looks a lot better than that piece of chicken. I promise.
Charges have been submitted to prosecutors after a Michigan man allegedly used explosives to blow up a beaver dam along Crooked Creek. Conservation officers investigated the incident after calls were received regarding reports of multiple gunshots and a loud explosion that shook nearby homes. One of the callers speculated the sounds came from the property with a new owner and that a beaver dam had been removed as the river began to significantly rise after the explosion, flooding their property. Now, one officer was able to locate the area where the dam was destroyed and found several rifle casings, which were recovered as evidence. The officer then made contact with the property owner who admitted to using a block of tannerite to blow up the dam and said they did not think about what would happen as quickly as it did when the dam was removed. Have you guys ever shot tannerite?
I have not shot it, but I have seen TikTok videos where people are shooting, like they set it up and they shoot it, and they have not, they haven't cleared the area far enough. That stuff comes back at you, man.
We cleared the area, but we went and shot it one day.
Oh,
I mean, it is
loud.
It is unbelievable.
One guy on one of those videos lost his leg. Like he was just standing too close to what he was shooting, and when you hit the tannerite, oddly, parts are going everywhere, including one of his.
Yeah, we were back and secure.
Oh yeah, you got to be. I mean, if you're going to do it, I think I don't think it's legal, is it?
Yeah.
I mean, but up to a certain point.
Probably not. I mean, but you can buy it.
Yeah, you can buy it, but I mean, there's a certain point that you're not supposed to be exploding.
Yeah, there's probably places you're not supposed to explode it. Now, the rifle used was also taken as evidence, and charges for removing a beaver dam without a permit are currently pending. I didn't realize you can remove a beaver dam.
I saw John Dutton one time change the whole course of a stream with a few sticks of dynamite. So yeah, I mean, if the beaver's blocking the dam and you need the water, more power to the people.
Lance, beaver dams I found are tricky depending on the municipality in which you're located.
Okay.
I've known of certain golf courses that have had a beaver dam issue, and because of the municipality in which they're located, they're a little worried about removing it, or at least that municipality is.
It would work like this in my world. Is the beaver dam on my property? Yes, then I can take it down.
I think that's where the debate is.
Yeah. If it's not on my property, I can't take it down.
And as I told them, don't care about whose property it's on. I got 2 boys from Calhoun County for 2 cases of Bud Light. Those beavers never be seen again. Ever.
You know, HDNet, it was the Mark Cuban channel when high definition just came into the fold back in the early to mid 2000s. Well, they had one of the shows on HDNet was a beaver just building a dam.
Did you watch it?
I watched it, like parts of it.
It's
but
remarkable what they
I had
do.
one friend that was a complete stoner, and he would sit at home at night and watch that beaver build a dam.
So the beaver builds the dam to block the water so it can then fish.
Yeah, then he's got a pond.
Yeah. So he's able to.
It's actually an amazing spectacle watching how good they are at that.
The problem is then the rain comes, and if you're running a golf course, for instance, all of a sudden the water's over the banks because it's got nowhere to flow.
That's right. But for the beaver, he's got a fish in a barrel at that point.
That is correct. Yes, he's eating well.
Spain's Supreme Court has ruled that a group of naturist property owners at a holiday home development was wrong to insist communal areas could only be used by naked residents, and wrong to hire security guards to police access to the shared swimming pool. Now, the decision came after 8 people took legal action, claimed that the enforced nudity policy violated their basic rights. After their case was dismissed by regional courts, they decided to take it to the Supreme Court, which eventually found in their favor, although some people in the development had suggested their community has been born with a, quote, strong naturist nudist vocation, and that the nudity was indispensable in communal areas such as the pool and the gardens. The judges disagreed. They found that the pressure to follow the rules on nudism had a deep and distressing effect on those who did not wish to practice them. They went on to say, quote, a climate was created that was unbearable for the complaints and many other neighbors who were hounded, coerced, and discriminated against solely because they did not want to practice nudism. Court granted the appeal, noting there had been no justification for the rules, which they said had violated the complaint's rights to privacy and freedom of movement, as well as ordering that each complaint be paid approximately $1,000.
Yeah, the whole nudity thing, like Jim, you've been to a nude beach. I mean, it's
clothing optional, it turns out.
Clothing optional, yes. Yeah.
But I mean, you know what you're getting into there. So
right.
The story was confusing to me. But if these people own this piece of land and those people have fences up that other people can't see, and
no, I think it's one shared property, and they're saying
we ought to be able to be nudists.
Yeah, and I think some of the other residents don't think that they're being intimidated by the fact that they're allowing this to be nudist.
But was it a nudist place to start with when these other people moved in? Then they should have moved somewhere else. Yeah.
That's a good question. Who was there first?
That's right.
Almost like the beaver in the dam, right? That's
right. Like I don't have a problem
property?
with the European pools in Vegas.
Right.
Like if you don't want to see rascals, don't go.
Yeah.
I kind of agree, but you know that's a nudist pool.
Yeah. But
that was my point on this.
Yeah.
If this was a nudist neighborhood, but you bought it because you got the house cheap, or you moved into there and now you want everyone else to change for you, then you chose the wrong place to live.
Like,
you
I mean,
need to move somewhere else.
if the nudists come to the park in my neighborhood and like, hey, we're going to make this a nudist encampment,
that's
going to be
wrong.
a problem,
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
So I've got some interesting movie facts.
All right.
First one, the code in the Matrix comes from sushi recipes. Production designer scanned symbols from his wife's sushi cookbooks, then manipulated them to create the iconic code. Again, this is one of those movies that I saw visually. It was amazing back in the day because I think it was, correct me if I'm wrong, 99. I just didn't get the movie. They lost me at red pill, blue pill.
So there's a sushi code in there somewhere?
It's all sushi code.
I don't even know what sushi code is.
I really don't either.
I don't either, but it was
Well, it's a sushi recipe.
Sushi recipe, yeah.
So at some point in there, California roll pops up?
Spicy tuna.
This one's interesting. The famous adrenaline shot scene in Pulp Fiction was filmed backwards. Looks like John Travolta sticks a needle in her to revive her. Actually, Travolta pulls the needle out, and the film was run backwards to reverse the action.
I saw that in another. Oh, it's in Home Alone. They did that. The scene where the van almost hits Kevin when he's crossing the street. They had to do it in reverse for child safety purposes.
Yeah.
They couldn't use a stunt double.
Would you guys? I know we talked about the Heimlich earlier, and I would be all in on attempting to give somebody the Heimlich.
Well, of course.
I don't know about putting the adrenaline needle through somebody's chest plate.
Like if the other option is them dying?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would do it. I would be a little more hesitant, though. That would be hard to actually go through with that.
I feel like you get one shot at that one, though, right? It's probably going to bend the needle if you don't make it through. So you got to go with extreme force to begin with.
Yeah, but I think there's a certain way the needle goes into the heart to get that right.
I don't know.
I don't think it just goes right through the heart.
Can you imagine just stabbing somebody right in the heart?
Shot through the heart. Who's to blame?
Who's to blame?
Back
Give
to back
LT a bad
days
name.
that he is sang on the show.
What else?
Yeah, Friday you sang too.
What'd you sing Friday, Dunaway?
Oh, Beth.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
That's right. I was here for that.
All right, here's another interesting
I
movie
thought it would
fact.
make it on the videos that we used to send out, but,
Yeah, but no, it
apparently
didn't
people
really.
were busy.
Yeah.
Wow, shot at Taylor.
R. Scott. That was a double shot.
E.T. and Poltergeist started from the same script. Had no idea. Steven Spielberg was going to produce filmmaker John Sayles' Night Skies, script about a rural family invaded by aliens that could kill with the touch of a finger. Decided to go on a more family-friendly route with the story by creating E.T. Sayles wouldn't rewrite the script, but Spielberg kept the idea for Poltergeist.
Oh, look at that.
Now, when we talk about best 80s movie, Lunsford said E.T. I think E.T.'s good. I didn't see it for years, and I think it's good.
It's incredible.
I wouldn't say incredible.
That's a bit of an overstatement.
Incredible. My favorite movie of all time.
It's your favorite movie of all time?
E.T.'s your favorite movie of all time?
Yep.
Oh, that's a shocker.
I don't think I've ever seen it.
I'm not surprised by that.
I think you would know.
I mean, I'm obviously I know what ET is.
Yeah,
I've
little fella, big head, and they go on a bike ride, basically.
I've seen
Yeah.
It holds
music
up.
videos.
You need to see it.
You bought one of the souvenir fingers, didn't you?
Yes.
That was something else.
But I no, I don't think I've ever seen it.
Poltergeist, better movie than E.T.
No way.
They've got similar fingers.
No, they really don't.
That's just a regular 4-year-old girl.
You have to admit she's got big fingers for a 4-year-old girl.
I think the TV light makes it look different.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, she probably does have a larger hand than most.
Yeah.
I mean, those
young
do not
girls.
look like her hands, is what I'm
I mean,
saying.
they're not Maria Taylor.
I don't know.
Where's the E.T. finger? Can you find that for us, Tyler? As I go through this final one, this is a final interesting movie fact. And this is, I would bet both of y'all have never seen American Psycho.
I've never seen American Psycho.
The TV series?
No.
Hey, you talking about the movie, Jim?
I've not. No, I've not.
So Christian Bale, really good in it. I thought it's overrated by the fact that there's like this cult following that thinks it's one of the best movies of all time.
Oh, yeah, it's overrated.
Yeah, it is definitely overrated. But Christian Bale was inspired by Tom Cruise. Bale explained that he drew inspiration from a Cruise interview on David Letterman's show in which he was struck by the star's, quote, very intense friendliness with nothing behind the eyes. That is Tom Cruise.
What, nothing behind the eyes?
Yeah.
Give me the one beside that one, the one that says 1982 ET stock finger. It's in the package. Still in the package?
Yeah.
I think we know the one that's still in the package. To the left. That one right there,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah, that's a big seller right there, isn't
Yeah.
it?
I do think I've seen that one before.
Did you stuff Maggie's stocking with that one?
I have seen. Zoom in a little bit on that one there. That is that is unfortunate.
Like in a different store, you think that's a different thing, is what you're saying?
100%.
You know, it is interesting that we end on that, because I did have a trash on the table story sent to me.
Yeah.
That here's the headline: men's penises are getting longer. Here's why this is actually a problem.
Wow, what a study. 1 in 1,000.
The average erect penis length has increased by nearly 25% over the last 3 decades, according to this story.
America.
Yeah.
God bless it.
Yep.
Everybody's got to keep up with the ET finger light.
That's right.
The problem is
take the lead.
We're all chasing ghosts, aren't we?
Hey, the sperm counts have dropped by 1.2% per year on average.
Oh, that's no good.
And they're saying that accelerated issue that shows no signs of stopping. So I don't know if you guys have ever seen Children of Men. Never mind. I know you haven't.
It's my second favorite movie of all time.
That's a good one.
Incredible.
We look like we're on the path for Children of Men.
100%. That movie's going to come true.
Yeah.
I have no doubt about it.
It will.
All right, after the break, can you explain to me what's going to happen? Okay, I want to say no spoilers.
I think you would like it, bro.
Bad hit.
It's really, really good.
Is it an apocalyptic?
It's a little, just...
Yeah, it is.
Never in that case, you'll hate it.
I don't like this.
So the length's increasing, so the lack of great swimmers gets closer to the destination?
Yeah,
Is that what you're saying?
I don't think the extra 1.5 to 3 inches is doing that. I think it's just, it has to do with our testosterone levels.
I'm kind of with Dunaway. Bigger pool, harder to swim.
That's right.
I don't think it's that.
Trying to get the landing craft a little closer.
Don't think it's that.
That's trash brought to you by
our friends at Mortgage Right, where right now buying a home is a major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way. Housing market has its ups and downs. Perfect home you've had your eye on may be harder to come by, but with Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. Plus, you'll know just how much home you can buy. Locally owned and operated, Mortgage Right standing by to help you today. Visit their locations on Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, big news from our friends at Wayne's. 2023 is their 50th year in business and is their way of saying thank you to loyal customers in the communities they serve. They're offering $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. This offer is good to existing customers as they add services or new customers. This offer good through February 28th. Hey, look, Wayne's keeps all of us here on the Next Round pest, termite, mosquito free. They also keep our lawns looking fantastic. Call Waynes.com or 866-WAYNES1.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub is overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at DryTech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call DryTech 205-637-0143. That's DryTech at 205-637-0143.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Back with you on the next round. Let's celebrate a little Charles Barkley right here if we can. It's his birthday today, but first I will tell you about our friends at Way to Wellness. If you're looking to drop a few pounds in 2023, more importantly, get into better shape, better numbers when it comes to blood pressure or cholesterol, our friend Leslie and her board-certified team at Way to Wellness can help you out. Way to Wellness is a place where I used it one time. I lost 45 pounds. It helps me keep my blood pressure and cholesterol numbers in a good place. Now, to be honest with you, my numbers were skewing off the charts, and I needed to change something about the way I eat. And Leslie and her team had an easy, specifically designed plan for me that helped me. You can get that. It's not a cookie cutter plan. It's different for everyone. All you have to do is go to this website, aplanforme.com. aplanforme.com. You'll find all the information there. You get a free consultation with Leslie, no out-of-pocket money, absolutely free. There's no contract, so if you don't like it, you can quit anytime you want. And there's no sign-up fees. So no out-of-pocket money. You can go see what it's all about. Aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. Mention me, and Leslie and her team will take care of you. Just the website for Way to Wellness, aplanforme.com. It is Charles Barkley's birthday. Can you give me cut number 9, Charles Barkley, when he sat down with Lance? We're going to send out, if Taylor hasn't done it already, we're going to send it out a little bit later on today, the last call presented by our friends at Redmont Vodka with Lance and Charles Barkley in our green room. And it's available right there on our video platform if you don't see the resend out. But it's Charles's birthday today, and Lance and him talked about how he ended up at Auburn.
So I'm looking at UAB, and what's ironic, they make it to the Sweet 16 and got everybody coming back. So then I'm leaning toward Alabama, and they actually make it to the Sweet 16, and they got Ennis and Bobby Lee coming in. Then I go visit Auburn, and I'm sitting here watching. I says, and I think at the time Auburn had lost like 12 games in a row. And I says, "Hey, Coach, you got a pen on you?" He says, "Oh, you gonna sign some autographs?" I said, "Nope. I'm coming to school here because these are a bunch of damn bums. I know I can play here." Because I tell kids, when you're trying to make a decision whether to go to college, you have to be able to play.
It's interesting how he ended up there. A fascinating entire interview. We got one more bite from this, but what a decision he made to go to Auburn, and it changed Auburn basketball for the better in the 80s.
Yeah, it really did. And, and it's one of those, you wonder if he would have gone to Bama, does he develop like he did?
I would have to think so, though. That's a heck of a team. Enos Watley, Bobby Lee hurting him. Was that who it was?
But it's almost like, his stock went up from his junior to senior year in high school, and then he just blew up once he got to Auburn. But with those other players, you just wonder if he would have gotten the minutes, the touches, everything that goes with it.
One more from Barkley here on his 60th birthday. Well, just cut number 10. I'll just let it stand on itself. He and LT, we just call it now up here the Vaseline story. Here we go.
Karl Malone outed me on television. We had him on the show last year. He said, and Karl's one of my really good friends. He said, "What's the craziest thing you know about Charles Barkley?" He says, "Well, y'all know he should keep Vaseline in his belly button." And I said, "Man, I cannot believe you telling people
Is that true?
I did.
Okay, I gotta ask. The belly button is like a really disgusting thing.
Not as disgusting as having big, crusty lips.
I haven't thought about that, but
it's more important for me.
Oh, so that's what it was for. I got you now. So you.
What else did you think it was for?
Hell, I don't know.
Freak.
Freak.
What else would you think?
So he goes.
Would you have thought it was for lips?
No, I thought it was to keep his belly button in some kind of shape. So
I didn't know what the hell it was
He
for.
goes into his belly button, scoops out a little
and just
Vaseline.
puts it on his lips. How disgusting is that?
I don't know if it's disgusting, freak, but it's.
Oh no, it's disgusting.
But why do you not? So that was what it was for. It was just.
Why not you just get chapstick?
Well, I mean, I carry it with me, Burt's Bees, everywhere I go. Use it all the time because I have got chronically chapped lips. But I mean, this was readily available in the 80s, right?
Yeah, Susie Chapstick.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, having some conveniently by, I actually use the Vaseline style. It's in a little tin, and I throw it out.
They used to have, I think they still have Carmex. I know they've got a different bunch of different options now.
The Carmex was in a little tube. I had it all the time.
Why would you just not have that, on the bench?
Yeah.
I mean, have it in your belly button?
That is weird. I'd heard the reference to that story. That's the first time I've actually heard the story, and I'm a little freaked out by it.
Yeah. I tell you, I have not seen the interview since we did it, but there's a lot of just gold nuggets in there from Barkley. I mean, because he's got so many stories that we haven't even scratched the surface on.
So go and watch that if you missed it the first time around, or maybe you want to re-watch it in honor of Charles's birthday today. Happy birthday, Charles Barkley, at the age of 60, an American icon, friend of ours, and you can go watch that entire interview brought to you by our friends at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling, and we'll give you a chance to win Chuck's Bucks coming up a little bit closer. And we appreciate his friendship and teaming up with us this basketball season. LT's got 4 downs and a lot more to get to in the final hour of the show. Friday, we're going to be up at JohnstonRVCenter.com. Tell us about Johnston RV Center and everything they have going on, Brownie.
Jimmy D, Johnston RV Center, they had an amazing RV weekend sale there. The RV show up at the Decatur store. They say thank you. So many Next Round listeners up there. They're going to do it at the Coleman store this weekend. We'll be there for the kickoff on Friday. 8:30 to 6 on Friday, 8:30 to 5 on Saturday, 1 to 5 on Sunday. That's the 304 location, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman. Don't forget the 334 store in Decatur. But the RV show this weekend at the Coleman store, I-65 exit 304. They've got competitive financing, lifetime warranties. You can camp this spring with Johnston RV Center. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world, and our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
February is the month of love. And if you're in the market to buy or sell a home, you are going to love Holly Mack Wilson. What's there to love? Holly Mack Wilson will help you prepare your current home for sale and get you top dollar for it. She'll help you find your dream home and negotiate the best deal for it. And Holly Mack Wilson will find you a home anywhere in Alabama. There's a lot to love about Holly Mack Wilson. Call her today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a lovely anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Got a little football and basketball to talk about before we get to our four downs today. Final hour of the show, Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown. Rockstar's out on the tour with Black Jacket Symphony, so Tyler, the birthday boy, is punching all the buttons right there at the nextround.store camera. You take a look at him. Forrester and Lunsford. Taylor Corn's out in our command center for social media. Everything at Next Round Live. At Next Round Live, remember to like, subscribe, and give a thumbs up. Before we get into this hour, and before LT tells us about Gutter Cap, if we've had the discussion about the 366 and the SEC and the permanent rivals that we think each SEC team should have, guess what? They're having the same debate in the Big Ten, and they start next year. Remember, the USC, UCLA comes in 2024 as well. And I've got who the projection is for USC and UCLA.
This is their three permanents.
Now, can we just take a quick guess?
Yeah, that's what I want you to do. So if you're not familiar, the 366 model, which the SEC is likely going to, the Big Ten has said they're going to, gives you three rivals, and then you rotate every other year through the other six teams in the league. So even if you don't play a certain team one year, you will play them the next year, but there are three that are on your schedule every year. So who do you think USC and UCLA's permanents are?
Okay, well, you know they've got each other.
Yeah, they've got each other. So there's two more.
So there's two more.
Yep.
I will go.
And you'll see why I'm bringing it up.
Well, now that you say that.
I'm going to go USC. I'm going to say they give them Nebraska.
I think Nebraska is one.
Because it's geographically close. But I also think they want that primo Michigan, Ohio State, USC game. So I'm going to say Ohio State. So I'm going to say UCLA, Nebraska, Ohio State.
I will go for USC. I will go Nebraska and Ohio State. For UCLA, I will go Iowa and
Michigan.
Wisconsin.
Okay. Nobody got any right.
We had to get UCLA
other
right.
than USC, UCLA.
Okay, we got that right.
USC has UCLA, Penn State, and Illinois.
Okay.
Give me your reaction at the end here.
Yuck.
UCLA has USC, Nebraska, and Purdue. And to your point, Brown, is the Fox is paying $1 billion a year, and it seems like you would want USC and UCLA to play Michigan and Ohio State. And I know we have the same debate here in the SEC, but if you look at the Big Ten schedule, it's just not riddled with as many good games as you get in the SEC. USC, UCLA. Now, on the flip side of that, like I said, the 666, you're going to probably have USC playing Ohio State one year, Michigan the next.
Well,
you
are.
Get that
You're
going to
get it a lot. Yeah.
But I sort of would want that every year.
Yeah.
I love this, though, Illinois and Penn State.
Yeah.
I mean, in year one, USC realistically can win this conference.
I don't disagree with that.
Because I bet they don't stick USC with Ohio State, Michigan the same year.
No.
So
give one of the two.
Right. So every year they will play. There will either be a USC, Michigan, USC, Ohio State game, and then the same for UCLA.
Now, year one will be the first year without Caleb Williams, so I'm going to need to see who they got behind him to agree with you, but I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility they win the conference.
There's a good chance that he'll be one of the better quarterbacks on a school
that's true.
This year.
Playing right now.
He will transfer to USC.
I think they've already got, I forgot who the guys are. They've got
I'm sure they've recruited well. I'm sure they have. Boy, Penn State, I mean, that is a haul every year to go to L.A. or to go to State College. I mean, that's all the way almost on the eastern border of the Big Ten that they're going to have to do every year.
Yeah, so USC will either be going to State College.
Yeah, that's what
or,
I'm saying. Yeah. I mean, you've got the extreme western border and the extreme eastern border every single year.
Yep.
I think
and then every other year you got to throw Rutgers in there.
Oh, I know.
So you go even further.
And Maryland. I mean, Maryland's even further east.
My guess would be USC. In UCLA, one will have Ohio State one year, and the other will have Michigan. Then they flip it around the next year. Because don't you think those two big brands will play one game in LA every year?
I would have to think so. Yeah. You want to see those brands in the Coliseum or the Rose Bowl every year. I mean, that's the whole thing about this. Seeing those logos in the Rose Bowl has been historically meaningful to this entire conference.
Yeah.
Like, just an Ohio State fan, even if it's a regular season game, seeing my logo play in the Rose Bowl, even if it's against UCLA, that's a big deal.
You know, to your original point, though, there's just not a lot of marquee teams really in the Big Ten.
That's right. That's right.
It's a good conference, no doubt. It's arguably the second best conference in college football, but there's just not big brands that are littered throughout. You know, if you took USC and UCLA to the SEC, you've got 6, 7, 8 teams you can match up, and they would be more exciting.
Like with Oklahoma and Texas, it's easy to to fill out a conference schedule, blend them in, and you got a lot of big games because you go Oklahoma, Georgia, Oklahoma, LSU, Oklahoma, Florida, Oklahoma, Alabama, Oklahoma, Auburn, Oklahoma, Tennessee. So those all look like marquee games.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
So Illinois. I don't know the analytics, Brown, but maybe you get a better TV schedule by making them not have Ohio State and Michigan as your permanent teams.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That Illinois was the puzzling one to me. That came out of nowhere.
Basketball makes a lot more sense. I'm just saying from the UCLA perspective, and USC's been good recently. But I'm saying there's a lot of great basketball matchups there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You'll get a ton of those. Just interesting there. Gutter cap always keeping your house protected, keeping those gutters clean one last time. You cap them and never have to worry about them again.
Ever. It's a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over your existing gutter. It's got a lifetime warranty. It's a dirty, dangerous job. You don't want to get that dangerous ladder out. Call my good friend Chris Stewart, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. 20-year service record right here in Birmingham, and he's got a 2023 special for the Next Round viewer and listener. Call him today, 823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Alabama's the #1 overall seed according to the selection committee, and then they go out and beat Georgia 108-59. They're 13-1 in the SEC. Brandon Miller had another big game. He's the fastest to 500 points in Alabama basketball history, and only the third freshman to do it with Colin Sexton and Hollywood Robinson. But Nick Pringle had a big double-double game. Here is Nate talking about what Pringle is starting to bring to the table.
Nick's activity level, he won the hard hat tonight. He gets to the old boards. You can tell his athleticism. I mean, if he could make a free throw or make the one dunk he missed, he's got a 20-10 night going, which is pretty impressive. With the amount, he just played over 20 minutes, less than 21 minutes. So I'm happy for him because he's a guy that a little frustrated because he wasn't playing as much, not too long ago, and just kept working hard. We actually put him on the scout team maybe a month or so ago to get him more reps, and he's done a great job emulating the other team's bigs and really does a pretty good job scoring on Clowney and Charles and Noah. So the one post move he missed in the first half, I see him score that on Charles quite a lot. So, I kind of expect him to score it. But he's a guy that we need to have playing well for us because we need some depth inside, and it's good to see him play well.
A little humble brag there that we're so good that we can put Nick Pringle on our scout squad.
That's what he said. and oh, by the way, he fared pretty well there. This time of year, you start seeing a lot of schools and coaches talk about shortening their rotations.
100%.
Because you get longer TV timeouts in the NCAA tournament.
We had somebody on, I think it was Ron Slay.
Friday,
yeah. And he said this time of year, the coaches get down to a 7 and 8 person rotation.
That's right. And one of the reasons they do that is the TV timeouts are a little bit longer in the NCAA tournament. And I don't know if they take more, but they're longer timeouts. So you get a little bit more rest, and you've got more time to recuperate between rounds. I just don't know how you do it if you're Alabama.
Yeah, I don't think you can because Rylan Griffin is playing so well. Pringle had, a career game with 19 and 12. You've still got Quinterly that's instant offense off the bench. Gurley's coming off the bench. Burnett. I mean, I don't think you can.
Yeah.
Auburn loses at Vandy, so it's a big week for the Tigers. They get Ole Miss at home, a game they should win easily. Then they go and play Kentucky. Don't play it yet. Just give me the picture. John Calipari's facial expression. Does it look different than it did 2 weeks ago?
Yeah,
Let me look at him now. He looks 5 years younger.
He's not getting fired anymore.
Yeah, 5 years younger there for John Calipari. They beat Tennessee for a second time. That's the look of a guy who is virtually locked into the NCAA tournament now. Here's John Calipari after the Cats beat Tennessee this weekend.
Wasn't sure what you were thinking early in the year with Chris Livingston after he looked at the stat sheet from tonight. I know he's a guy you've wrestled with, sort of how to use him all year. How has that process gone, and how rewarding is it now to see him figure it out?
There's no one on this. He reminds me a little bit of Shea, like really smart, cares like too much, was listening to too many voices, and building your confidence. He was doing it in practice, and then you got to have a demonstrated performance in the game. And, he's now that guy. Now, part of it, CJ's out, but the way he's playing now, people coming back are going to be fighting for minutes too, because he needs to be on the court. But he's not the only one. He's building his own self-esteem, his own confidence. Antonio did it today late in the game. I told him, man, you got to be the guy with 3 minutes to go. You're making a dagger shot. You're making dagger free throws. You can't. Kaysen, he's not making shots, but he's doing so many other things to play well. And even Oscar's building his confidence. And you might say, well, wait a minute. Yeah, he had a knee operation. He was out 4 weeks. He should have been out 6 weeks. So we're just coming into our own. Jacob's doing some good stuff. How about Adu?
Everybody's good now.
Like, Adu, he's just getting it done. He comes up with balls. He is so tough physically. And I'm going to tell you, and I've said it to him, he's going to be a guy that has a major impact on college basketball. He will. You watch.
So how about Adu too?
Everybody's good now. Everybody in Kentucky's good now. I mean, what happened, Lance?
I'll tell you, this has got that weird feeling, and you guys remember this team, and I think they ultimately lost to UConn in the national championship game, but that Kentucky team was 29-11. So going into the tournament, they were 24-10.
Well, this team could easily be.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, that Kentucky team, nobody gave them any shot. I forgot what their seeding was. It was not good, though. It was
weren't they in the 8-9 game? Am I wrong about that?
Oh, they might have been. They were number 8 seed.
Yeah, they were in the 8-9 game because I remember that year.
And that's about right for Kentucky now.
We'll set the table tonight and get Brown's reaction to what he saw with Tiger over the weekend after LT tells us about our friends at Precision Sports, getting you back in the game no matter your injury in life, whether you're a weekend warrior or do something at work. You got to work. You got to bring home the bacon. Precision gets you back to life.
Yeah, 2023, new year. There are new ways to contact your favorite Precision Sports Medicine and orthopedic provider. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweaked your shoulder putting up the Christmas decorations, injured your elbow shooting hoops in the driveway. Let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Kansas at TCU tonight, 8 o'clock ESPN. Last I saw, TCU's the favorite in this game tonight.
They are.
How is that possible, LT?
Well, they're playing at home, Dunaway.
They're playing at home.
TCU's still a really good team.
Does that sound weird to you, though? Is TCU's good guy back, the one Mississippi State hurt?
And they're playing with a lot of urgency. Yeah, I think they're whole now.
Miles is back, so they're whole again.
TCU is a team that they're 12-3 at home.
Yeah, 1-5, or 1.5. They are favored. I mean, again, that's still a team. I was talking about the net earlier, and I told you TCU's like 19th in the net. 21st. I'm sorry, 21st in the net.
Kansas is a beast, man.
Well, yeah, but Kansas has lost some games this year. They were down a half to Baylor and came back and had a great second half, and that was at home.
Yeah, Miles had 15. A 25-point win this weekend.
For a stake, I would take Kansas and give you a 1.5 with TCU. I won't even take the points. I'll give you a 1.5 and take Kansas.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Okay, so I'll take Kansas. I mean, they're going to try to give me points with Kansas.
I mean, really done away.
Kansas, and I'll give a 1.5. Okay, I'll ride with the Hawks tonight, the Jayhawks.
Dunaway's smarter than Vegas, man.
So Tiger tied for 45th but there were some positives, right?
Oh, some huge. Well, first of all, he made the cut.
Yeah, and he walked 18 holes 4 days in a row.
That's right. I don't think you can I mean, I know this is Tiger Woods we're talking about, but to basically not play a continuous competitive schedule now for going on 3 years, that's impossible to stay sharp enough to compete with the best players in the world at any sport, really.
That's right. It's not a charity event. It's against the best in the world.
Yeah,
right.
This is a great field. And to go out and make the cut is just tremendous. We were talking about
136 golfers, I think.
Yeah,
right?
Follow my example here. We were talking about Calvin Ridley the other day. It's been 2 years since Calvin Ridley has played. Am I right?
Yeah, a year and a half, basically.
Year
he got
and a
an
half.
injury, and then he was suspended.
That's right. So the minute he comes back,
mental illness, but he checked out after 7 weeks.
Right. He's not going to be the same guy. And you just, any sport, you can't lay off that long. And I don't care that Tiger's the best that's ever done it. His body's breaking down. And he had basically, he's played a handful of majors, and that's it for a couple of years now.
Yeah, hadn't played competitive in 7 months, and 2 different rounds. He shot a 69 one day and a 67 another.
Yeah, I don't think you can overstate what he did this weekend, and we'll see how much more he plays. I haven't seen him announce his future schedule. One would have to think the players.
He said afterwards that his goal is to play all 4 majors. He didn't meet that last year, and he may sprinkle some other stuff in.
Well, I'm just thinking coming up, Arnold Palmer's tournament at Bay Hill. It's a place he's done very well historically, very close to his home. That's an easy one. The players, and then the Masters. I mean, you got to if he's going to play any at all, those would probably be the 3 you would see him in.
He did not play all 4 majors last year. No. He shut it down after what? The British?
He played the PGA. Yeah, I think that's right. Well, no, the British is the last one anyway. I don't think he played the U.S. I think he skipped the U.S. if I'm not mistaken. He played the PGA at Southern Hills, and then he played St. Andrews. Because a lot of people felt like he knew that was going to be the last time he got to play St. Andrews in the British.
Because of the rotation.
Yeah, it's not back there for like 6 or 7 years.
Where is his world ranking?
Oh,
right
it's
now?
way down.
Because he doesn't play, right?
I mean, he's barely played.
I'm looking for it right now.
Oh, you're gonna need to be down in the 700 or 800s probably, Lance.
Wow, are you ahead of him?
I haven't played much since October myself. I am not ahead of Tiger.
It's going to be that far.
No,
down.
it's way down. I don't. I mean, when you never play, you lose all your ranking points. Just wait and you see what happened to these live guys that never play in any of the rankings events.
Phil Mickelson's 298, by the way.
Yeah.
The Players' Championships in 3 weeks. John Rahm's your new number 1. He looks good. He's won 3 times already.
Do you know how much money he's made? He's played 7 events in this tour season, and he's won $9.8 million. How
about that?
In 7 events.
Take that, Liv. Put that in your live pipe and smoke it.
The live is the reason he's made that kind of money because the tour went up on their purses.
That's right.
But 7 events to make $9.8 million, that's incredible.
All right. When we come back, LT's got our 4 downs today. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at MyBookie. You just heard us talk about Kansas and TCU. Kansas on the road tonight, 8 o'clock ESPN. But they're an underdog if you go to MyBookie with our friends at TCU tonight.
That's where Dunaway is going. He likes TCU and Kansas. He likes Kansas. And Dunaway's decided Vegas got this wrong. I'm just going to flip it around. Flip it around, man. The old flip around bet by Dunaway. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND is where you can play those games. When you use code NEXTROUND at MyBookie.ag, you get that sign-on bonus, a deposit bonus. Now, a lot of places are going to do that to get your business, but the fine print says, and you don't realize this till it's too late, you got to bet it 6 times, 7 times, up to 10 times before it's yours. Not at MyBookie.ag, my friends. You use code NEXTROUND. That deposit bonus goes right into your account right away. You use it one time, just one time, and it's yours forever. All the college basketball games, NBA, weekly blackjack tournaments, right there at MyBookie.ag. Don't forget code NEXTROUND. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store. Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Great businesses stand the test of time, and our friends at Wayne's are celebrating their 50th year in business in 2023. And as a way for Wayne's to say thank you to loyal customers and communities Wayne's serves, you'll get $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. $50 off for existing customers as you add new services or brand new customers. So save $50 on every service you sign up for with Wayne's. This offer is good through February 28th. That's 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com and the code TNR. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation. 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Back with you on the Next Round as we roll on 187 days away from week 0. We will get to our 4 downs in this segment. First, I want to remind you the University of Montevallo's got one of the best baseball programs in the country on the Division II level. They're up in the top 12 of the country. New polls coming out this week, so they could be in the top 10. But more than the baseball program, 21 fully funded NCAA Division II sports, a great place to call home for your son or daughter when they're thinking about college. Maybe they want to continue their high school athletic career in college. 21 fully funded D2 sports right there at Montevallo. Broadcasting school if they want to be a sportscaster. Theater department with a new multi-million-dollar theater department. All that just down the road at the University of Montevallo. Find out more on why Southern Living raves about the campus by going to montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu, and schedule an in-person tour right there. One other note going on in the sports world away from the basketball we've been talking about and the college football is the NFL. Derek Carr visiting the Jets over the weekend. What's neat about Derek Carr is he has been released last week by the Raiders, so he doesn't have to wait until March 15th to sign with a team. He can sign right now.
Yeah, and you don't have to give anything up. You're
That's
just
right.
signing him. Obviously, you're going against the cap, but you're going to have to do that if you get an Aaron Rodgers. And more than likely, you're going to have to give up a lot to get one of these guys, whether it's Lamar Jackson, Aaron Rodgers. But with Derek Carr, this is a situation you go on to knock this thing out.
Benefit to go ahead and signing before Aaron Rodgers and those other guys get into the mix in free agency? If you're Derek Carr, do you want to go pre-March 15th, or would you like to wait till after?
Boy, you can look at it both ways, because if you were to wait till after, and let's just say that both Lamar and Aaron Rodgers sign with Green Bay and Baltimore, then you've got all the leverage in the world. The problem is if Aaron Rodgers does bolt, Lamar Jackson,
and either one of them
for
takes
whatever reason forces a trade.
Yeah.
then you're obviously number 3 in the pecking order. If I was Derek Carr, you're going to get paid anyway, a lot of money. I would go on and I'd secure my new landing with the Jets. And if I'm a Jets fan, I'm not overly excited about it, but it's definitely an upgrade.
Well, if you thought your other option was Aaron Rodgers, right?
Well, and the Jets every year are starting a young quarterback from Sam Darnold to Zach Wilson.
that's true.
And now you've got an experienced guy.
You're our analytic guy.
Oh, boy.
When it comes to defense and special teams combined on the analytics, since Derek Carr took over as starting quarterback, the Raiders ranked 32nd.
In the combo.
Yeah, in the defense special teams. So their losses really with the Raiders, not all at Derek Carr's feet.
Not
the
all.
Jets last year ranked 9th in those analytics.
But I will tell you, he was led the league in turnovers. Had his worst completion percentage of his career.
With maybe the best receiver he's ever played with.
So he didn't play great football this year.
Yeah.
But for his whole time in Vegas and back in Oakland, they didn't always surround him with a great 22 on the 2 deep there.
No, and look, and Derek Carr's good enough with the right pieces. I mean, he's a guy that can make a run. I mean, I put Derek Carr right there. Although Jared Goff had an exceptional year this year for Detroit, he's more of a Jared Goff, Kirk Cousins, one of those quarterbacks, just good enough to get you to a Super Bowl.
In our next segment, we will tell you about a familiar name in coaching that could be back into the mix. But right now it is time for 4 Downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires, those 4 great locations, including the wonderful location out in Pell City.
Hey, for the record, Tiger Woods 985th.
You know what else I would add to your question about Tiger?
What's that?
This amazing stat from Golf Magazine or Golf Digest, one of the two.
I didn't know there was that many professional golfers.
Yeah, tons of them. This is the only regular tour course, PGA Tour course, where Tiger has played 4 or more times and never won. Where he was playing at Riviera.
Yeah, wow.
So that shows you for him to come back at that course how he feels about his game.
Hey, it's wintertime. Do not get stuck out in the cold. Winter weather takes a toll on car batteries, so keep your car starting strong every time with a battery check from Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Their team will keep you on the road no matter the weather. They are who we at the Next Round trust with our vehicles, locations all across the greater Birmingham area. Tell them the guys from the Next Round sent you. Ask for that battery check. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Oh, Cindy Crawford. This is all birthdays we're going today.
Really
good birthday date. Cindy Crawford, 57 years old. Better career, Cindy Crawford or Brett Favre?
Well, Brett Favre was a 1-time Super Bowl champion.
He won 3 MVPs.
3 MVPs, long career.
I enjoyed Cindy Crawford's photos better.
Yeah, I'd go Brett Favre.
Yeah, I don't know where Cindy Crawford stacks up with the supermodels. I can't even imagine how many magazine covers she did back in the day.
She was the supermodel of my adolescence. Cindy Crawford when I was in middle school, high school, I guess early high school.
I would say Cindy Crawford. But Brett Favre was entertaining television to me. Because
I would say Cindy Crawford financially is in a better spot right now. We know Brett Favre is.
Now, Brett's had some issues.
Some bad business dealings. But Cindy Crawford married to Randy Gerber, who started Whiskey Blue, which is a popular bar in some different hotels, and also Casamigos with George Clooney. So she's made a lot of money off that.
He does with George Clooney, or she does?
He does.
Okay.
But, she probably runs that relationship. Or probably did. I don't know. She might not anymore. But anyway, that's tight.
Yeah, I'd go Cindy Crawford by this much.
Yeah.
Second down.
I wonder who's been on the cover of Sports Illustrated more.
I'll go Favre, but it's close. Closer than you think, probably.
Yeah, probably. Kurt Cobain would have been 56 today. Better abbreviated career, Kurt Cobain or Payne Stewart?
Well, Payne won the U.S. Open twice. And a PGA, if I'm not mistaken. So I think he had 3 major championships.
And obviously very unique because of the knickers.
That's right.
And I love the fact that he wore the closest NFL team. I never saw him wear Rams gear. So every time I would flip it on, I was just watching to see if he had Rams gear.
That's funny.
They never played at Riviera?
I'm sure they did, and
I just never saw him in it.
Yeah.
If anybody's got a picture of...
no, I bet you. No, they were in St. Louis at the time. That was the problem. For a lot of the time, they were in St. Louis.
That's right.
And it was always on Sunday the closest geographic NFL franchise to whatever market they were in is what he would wear. Because I remember when they would play at Doral, he would be in the Dolphins colors, which was fit perfectly.
Yeah, I'm going to go Kurt Cobain. I think the music lasts forever. Payne Stewart.
3 majors, though. It's pretty rare.
No, it really is. Yeah. Pace Throw was a great golfer.
Yeah.
Seemed like a good dude.
Yeah, he was. I think Lance, I think his story was he didn't really like who he was early in his adulthood. He did have a conversion. He found Christ, and he very much liked the way he finished his life, I think, and didn't like the father and husband he was. And even though it was abbreviated, finished strong.
Oh, that was quick.
Did you find him in Rams?
Yeah.
Wow, look at that.
But it was at the British Open for some
That
reason.
is at the British Open, yeah. Well, he would wear other teams during the week. It was always the closest
On
NFL
Sunday,
franchise.
right?
Yeah, on Sunday. Yeah.
That's a loud outfit.
It is a loud outfit. Rams colors, though, fit your profile. I would go Kurt Cobain, though. I liked Payne Stewart.
Yeah, I'm going to go Kurt Cobain.
Me too.
Third down.
Rihanna is 35 today. Better career, Rihanna or Peyton Manning? And the only reason I asked this, I would have never asked this in a million years 2 weeks ago, but then I find out Rihanna net worth is more than any musician out there.
That blew me away. Yeah.
She's worth almost $2 billion.
Why is that?
Well, because she's got a clothing line or a makeup line or something like that. And
Or both.
She's churned out, 8 to 10 top 10 number one songs. I mean, she's won a lot of Grammys.
She's very, very talented, but she said that I was going to go Peyton Manning.
Well,
I think it's tighter than we think. I think
Well,
we would all go Peyton Manning.
if we take away net worth, I think I would go Peyton Manning. But if you include net worth, it's obviously going to be
Daniel
Rihanna.
in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat, guys, it's Rihanna. Sorry about that.
Well, you don't have to apologize.
I don't know.
Both of them had a lackluster Super Bowl
They've
at
got
one
the
point.
same forehead. Don't they have the same forehead?
Yeah. Remember that Super Bowl where they snapped it over Peyton's head?
Yeah.
And
First play of the
in
game.
New York City.
Yep, and I thought the elevated halftime show was the snap over her forehead.
Yeah, I thought it was bad, but they do have the same forehead.
They really do. I'd never thought about that. Yeah.
Fourth down.
As you know by now, Charles Barkley, 60 years old today. Justin Verlander is actually 40 today. Better career, Verlander or Barkley?
How many world championships does Verlander have? Several, right?
I think 3.
That's probably going to set him apart.
Yeah. I would say playing career, definitely Verlander. I don't think Verlander.
2? Yeah, our research over here says 2 championships for Verlander.
Okay. I thought it was 3.
Well, I'm gonna go to Wikipedia.
I know he's got 1 with Detroit, and I thought he had 2 with the Astros. But.
Justin Verlander is a 2-time World Series champion. Yeah, 17 and 22. He was,
but he's
American
also,
League MVP as well.
I mean,
I
love Chuck, but I've never seen a Kate Upton around.
That's a good point.
I have.
I haven't.
Current Kate Upton or
current Kate Upton? Yeah,
I think I have.
I mean, just the entirety of Barkley's career. I'm gonna take Barkley.
I'll take Barkley too with the broadcasting. That's 4 Downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires. Tell us about Vulcan Tires, and let's see if we can set up a segment next segment. Okay. One of the great gems on the fly.
I can't believe it was no presidents. Today is every president's birthday ever. It
is President's Day.
Yeah, I can't believe it.
It could have been. I mean, there were ones that I left out.
I know.
There was a lot of different celebs today. If you're heading to a college basketball game in Tuscaloosa or Auburn, a dead battery will not get you there. Before your next road trip this winter, take your vehicle down to Vulcan Tire and Automotive for that comprehensive battery check. We here at the Next Round trust our vehicles with the team at Vulcan Tire and Auto. We encourage you to do so as well. Locations all across Birmingham. You can find out more about what all they can do for you and your vehicle. VulcanTireandAuto.com, and make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you.
We're throwing out to our research department over here. You want to put him in the chair and the microphone and see if we can stump him on questions?
Do I get the segment off?
No, we'll put him in the guest chair.
We'll put him in the hot chair.
We'll ask him in the commercial break. We may have we may play a little game when we come back. All right, a lot more. Hang around TNR as we roll on today.
Take the Next Round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Back with you on the next round. Let me tell you about Storm Restoration Roofing. Before I do that, we got some pictures. You know, Greg coaches a little basketball. Greg from Pell City. Did you know that, LT?
I did know that, yeah.
And he coaches his daughter. They just finished an unbelievable season where they went 21-0. Can you guys tell me bring Spencer in.
That's
going to be too old.
expert. Yeah.
It's going to be too old for Spencer, I think.
I don't know.
Spencer, do you know the last college basketball team ever to finish the season undefeated?
Get up on that mic. Don't be afraid of that
really
mic.
close to it. It's going to be way before your time, though.
I know Gonzaga, when they lost to Baylor, was the closest. And it was a while ago. It's way older than I am.
Yeah, it is way older than you are. You're right.
It's actually older than even Brown is, I think.
I think it was the year of my birth.
1976.
Yeah.
Indiana did it way back in the day. We'll tell you more about Spencer in just a second. But Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing, pulling up some information here on his daughter, who had a chance to shoot a little hoops this weekend. Look at them as they go undefeated. It's Alabama Christian, right? As they go 21-0, and Emma and the team down there, the Lady Patriots, did it again, and they run the table as East Central gets the championship game there, and Emma and the team there go 21-0 again this year, and we appreciate Greg and everything he does, not only for us and what he does for your roof, but also coaching teams like that, youth teams out there. So thank you to Greg, and thanks for sending us those pictures there. That big win happening last week. And Storm Restoration Roofing wants to help you when it comes to your roof. They give you a free no-cost roof inspection. They'll also take care of you after storm damage. You can all find that online by going to Facebook, Greg from Pell City on Facebook. And you look him up there, or you can call this number, 205-542-3531,
205-542-3531 for that free no-cost roof inspection or after storms. He'll take care of that. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies trust him. You should too. Locally owned for over 20 years. He and his wife run the company, and they'll take care of you. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531. LT, tell us about Spencer, who we have in here now. Mountain Brook, right?
Yeah, Spencer Otto, he is in 9th grade at Mountain Brook Junior High, and he is an aspiring sportscaster one day. I wanted to come see how it's done behind the scenes.
He was sitting over here behind us when we were talking about Justin Verlander, and we were like, is it 2 World Championships, 3? And he's like yelling out the years.
Yep.
I'm like, who's freaking got Justin Verlander knowledge walking around here?
Yeah, so it's him at age 14 dropping
obviously.
2 on us here. So we're going to throw out some trivia questions. And what was that show that was on ESPN for a while? Stump the
Schwab.
Yeah.
Stump the Schwab.
We'll see if you're the Schwab. Okay, I'll throw out the first one. There are, of the 32 NFL teams, 4 that have never played in a Super Bowl. Can you give me one of the 4?
Jacksonville Jaguars.
Oh, wow.
That's really quick.
Very quick answer on that.
Can you give another one?
Houston Texans.
Okay, why don't you just name them all?
Detroit Lions, Cleveland Browns.
That was quick.
I'm going to give you 4.
Kelly.
I'm going to give you 4 quarterbacks and tell me which one did not win the MVP.
Ever in their career?
Yeah, not the Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah.
The MVP during the regular season. Peyton Manning, Eli Manning, Lamar Jackson, Pat Mahomes.
Eli Manning.
Yeah, it's
Very
easy.
It's easy.
How about this? Last non-quarterback to win the MVP.
Adrian Peterson, 2012.
Very good. Dead on.
Brandon,
go
you got
on,
one?
Go on and
I don't even know these answers.
Trifecta, give me the team he played for.
Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah,
This is right. I mean, would you happen to know his rushing yards that year? See?
It was his year over 2000,
he was over
I believe.
2000.
He set the single rushing game record at 256 that year.
Yeah,
I
take
think
that,
it was.
Brown. Yeah.
But I don't know the exact number.
Well, I
now.
didn't expect you to. That'd be crazy.
But it was one of the 8 or 7 to 9 over 2000.
So,
Stump the Spencer, everyone is calling
I
this
like
now.
that.
Are you
Stump the
college
Spencer.
hoops or just college football, really?
I can do somewhat college basketball, but
We'll do college football.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I got one real quick, though. It's a relocation question, if you'll go to that category. The Tennessee Titans were in what city, and what was the franchise
They
name?
were they were the Houston Oilers.
Okay.
I like how he doesn't even let you finish.
Okay, let's do this
That's
one.
a better logo, by the way. Don't you think so?
Yeah.
Than the Titans, yeah.
The last Big Ten team to win a national
That'd be
championship.
Ohio State in 2014.
Okay, let's go the last Pac-12 team.
That would be the vacated UCLA one, or USC one. I believe.
Oh, shot between LT's eyes.
The old vacated one. Vacated.
Was that because they were blatant cheaters? Is that right, Spencer?
Well, I think everybody was doing it. They just caught the wrong end of the stick.
That's what LT
Okay,
always
give
tells
me
us.
last Big 12 team.
Texas, 2010, Vince Young.
I mean, you're halfway right. 2005.
2005. I knew it was a Vince Young led team.
Can I ask you a question? So you're 14. So
Yes.
the year you were born was what year?
2008.
2008.
Yes.
So you really don't know. Are you an Alabama fan?
No.
No. Auburn?
No.
No, you didn't hear
No.
that earlier. Yeah,
Yeah.
he tries to keep peace. You know who he pulls for?
Who?
Pennsylvania State University.
Oh, Pennsylvania State
Yeah, most of us
University.
just call him Penn State, but he's really formal.
That,
yes.
Mountain Brook education.
Okay. Yeah. So you have never lived in a world when Alabama was bad at football.
No, never happened.
Yeah. How about that?
It's been the bane of my existence.
Wow.
So much for the peace. Not keeping the peace at all.
Okay, so what do you think the split is, Mountain Brook wise, Alabama to Auburn fan?
Oh, 75-25 Bama.
Yeah.
Are you the only Penn State fan at Mount Brook?
I know one in the grade above me.
Oh, how about that?
Surprisingly.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
they lived in Pennsylvania for a long time.
Yeah, they've got a
so-
natural reason.
Yeah.
Who was the starting quarterback for the last Penn State national championship team?
Well, that's 86.
Yeah. Almost before my time. At that
I know.
point.
I don't think I could tell you
The quarterback. I don't
the
even remember who the quarterback is. I thought he could answer. Do you remember who their stud linebacker was?
In 86?
Yeah.
It's not Arrington. It
No.
was the. It's when we got the name LBU, but I'm blanking on
It was
who
Shane
it was.
Conlon.
Yeah, Shane Conlon.
Yeah,
He's going
that
way
was
back.
that was very much a no-name team, though. I really can't remember.
Was Blackledge not the quarterback of the
No,
team?
Blackledge was in the draft of '83. God, I remember the quarterback's name, but he's not a big name by any stretch.
Somebody will throw it up here.
Chuck
in a second.
Fusina?
It was not.
No, it was after Fusina. But I remember watching that game against Miami, Lance, in the Fiesta Bowl. That was a no-name Penn State team. I mean,
Yeah,
Shane Conlon was by far and away the biggest name.
I was pulling for Miami. Was not a Penn State guy. How about this? Your coach, James Franklin.
Yes.
Where did he play college football? Any idea?
Where did he play?
Yeah.
I
This is
believe
tough.
it was low. Was it lower D1 or did he play high?
Yeah, no,
it was
even
low
D1.
D1.
It wasn't even D1.
He played D2.
Yeah, if this is even D2.
Jeez.
I mean, what kind of questions
Best
you're asking?
guess
here?
I could throw out is Mississippi Valley State or something like that.
East Stroudsburg.
I mean, you
Yeah.
expect him to know
I don't
that?
the hell he's known a lot. Where was he? How about this? Where was he the coach in waiting but never got the job because he went to Vanderbilt instead?
He was the coach.
Ugliest helmets in college football.
Ugliest state flag.
No,
Ohio.
I like the state flag.
Do you? You would.
Ohio, right? The one that's cut into a little triangle.
He was in Maryland.
What do you have against triangles?
It's just not a flag shape.
Yeah.
It was
Maryland.
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 Okay, yeah.
DJ Dozier was the running back for that Penn State team. John Schaefer was the quarterback.
Okay,
1,500 pass yards, 9 touchdowns, 4 picks that year. They won the national
1986
championship.
football.
Yeah, 86 football. You're right.
To NHL hockey. You know, you said
No,
no.
no
You said
hockey, no.
You said no hockey. Okay. I digress. Brandon, you got one?
No, he wants you asking the questions. LT's going to James Franklin's alma mater.
And I'll throw another one.
Stroudsburg State. I couldn't even pick that on a map.
Who is the last Penn State Heisman winner?
That'd be John Capitelli.
Yeah.
I can't pronounce his
Capernetti?
last name.
Capoletti?
Capoletti.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think it is.
It's 79.
Really?
I
Was the
believe.
last time for Penn State to win it?
We've only had one.
Yep, they've only had one.
Really? That's the
Yeah.
only Penn State
John
Heisman?
Capoletti.
Why did I think
Had him
that,
on the show one time.
Hey, why did I think that the running back that played with Kerry Collins,
Kajana Carter.
Kajana Carter, why did I think he won
was
the
a
Heisman?
finalist.
Yeah, he was a
he
finalist.
Both
Yeah.
were.
Well, he was a dud in the NFL, though. Poor guy. What team?
Would you rather watch Penn State beat Ohio State in the horseshoe or during a whiteout in Happy Valley?
Oh, during a whiteout in Happy Valley.
Have you been to a game in Happy Valley?
I went to Penn State Auburn 2 years ago.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
Yeah, that was a whiteout game.
It was.
What a great atmosphere, huh?
It's great.
So just looking at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, do you know why Mike Price was never the coach at Alabama?
Couldn't tell you.
I think legally speaking, we don't either.
And sadly, he wasn't born yet, was he? Yeah.
I
Nope.
don't think he
No,
was.
2008.
What about SEC teams that have never been to the SEC championship game?
In football,
Yeah.
Vanderbilt. Unless they did it in like 40 something.
No, there was no championship game then.
Vanderbilt has not been. That is
So
correct.
did start to the
it'd be
92.
Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
Yep, you got one.
There's only
How-
one team in the SEC West. There's only one in the
There's
West.
only one
No,
in the
two now.
SEC.
There's
There's
two
now. Yeah, that
Two
we
in the
expanded,
West.
yeah.
All right,
Yeah, there's 2 in the East and 2 in the West.
yeah, you got 4
Okay.
total, and you've gotten one.
I'm just having to roll through the teams in my head.
Mm-hmm. Would it help if you
Is
look?
Kentucky?
Kentucky, that's your
Kentucky's
2 East
one?
teams. Yeah,
Those are your 2 East.
So now they're both West.
they're both
Okay.
West teams. Yep.
Remember, it's always a good time to remind you how important education is in Alabama. Support your local schools.
This is true.
He agrees with you.
Maybe process elimination. You know, Alabama, Auburn, LSU.
Yeah.
They've all been.
His
Yeah.
A&M?
A&M's
No.
never been.
I
Nope,
was thinking.
No,
I
you're
couldn't
down to
think of
one.
the time A&M
Now you
did.
got one more.
Yeah, one more. Now, it's a good time to remind you the game started in 92. He was born in 08. Is that
That's
what
right.
we just established? 08?
Arkansas? Did
No,
Arkansas?
Arkansas
Arkansas
went.
did.
Arkansas
Multiple
went one
times.
year.
Back in
Yeah.
the 90s, one time
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, when the SEC was not good outside of Florida and Tennessee.
And even Mississippi State's been.
Yeah, I knew Mississippi State had been.
Yeah.
I know Ole Miss has been under Hugh Freeze.
No, they
Ole Miss
never
didn't
went.
go when they
didn't
beat
go.
Bama?
No, they did not.
Really?
That
Nope.
was it.
Nope. One of the craziest plays you'll ever see in college football history prevented them from going.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, before we let you roll, next year, give us the 4 teams in the college football playoff.
Yeah, break it down
I
like
know
you
you've
did
got
earlier. Yeah.
conference, but go on and just give us the 4 teams.
I think it's going to be LSU, Michigan, Georgia, and out of bias, Penn State, because I think the committee gives it to them over Ohio State, given that Ohio State may have a second loss to Notre Dame at Notre Dame. But if it comes down to both teams are 1 loss, it'll go to Ohio State because head-to-head record probably.
Penn State will start in the top 10.
Look on Dunaway's sheet.
On my breakout sheet right here that I have is topics to talk about. What is one of them?
Right here next to the bottom, Penn State breakout. Penn State breakout season? Is that what you? Yes.
This kid's stealing my show notes for the rest of the summer.
Okay, he's wearing Penn State gear, too.
That's right.
We are. Before I even knew you existed in the world, I already had this written down today.
Penn State breakout
I
season.
do think your all whites are one of the best uniforms in all of college football.
Very classic.
Yeah.
He's right. They are classic. Yep. I like that. It's another one that I like the road better than I do the home. Yeah. I'm a lot of uniforms that way.
Michael says I paid you to say LSU. I did not.
Nope.
We're just in agreement. They're going to be. You think they're going to be the best team in the SEC?
I think they will be.
I think they will be too.
So I missed that. I was looking up something.
Yeah.
So LSU, Alabama?
No.
LSU, U of M, Georgia, and then Penn State are my 4 teams.
He's got Bama missing
So he's got
back-to-back
Michigan
years.
too, Brownie?
Yep, Michigan.
Michigan
What does it
too.
say right here?
Michigan national champions right there. That's what it says.
They have the highest returning production percentage in the nation. They return Blake Corum, which is great. He's the best returning running back in college football. They return Jim Harbaugh, who's one of the best coaches. And, I mean, they've just been on a streak of rolling through the Big Ten. They haven't made it out of the semifinal, though, which you worry if they can do it against teams like Georgia or LSU, if they couldn't do it against TCU.
Yeah, I'm glad to have you in here because I brought that stat up in a graphic form, and these two killed me for the graph. So I'm glad you brought that up.
We
about
should all like
returning
graphics.
products.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, they're just a couple
too busy.
cavemen. A couple
Yeah.
cavemen. They were scared by the graphics.
That is Stump Spencer. Everyone's wanting to go state bet that you do not have the Final Four right. I'll tell you, that's a sucker bet. Don't take those kind of bets. In fact, don't ever let anybody try to let you pick 8 of the playoff teams either in the NFL. That's a little hard to do, too.
Yeah, who will win the Super Bowl next year? You think
No idea.
the
I mean, it depends.
You think the Rams bounce back?
Miami Dolphins.
It could happen if they stay fully healthy, but Dolphins, if they get Rodgers or a Lamar
Yeah,
go
new
there, they're
quarterback.
high competitors.
Anybody without Tua.
I mean, Tua will never make it 17 games, will he?
No,
Okay,
he's way too injury prone. I'm a Jags fan, so I want to buy into Trevor Lawrence being the future and saying we could make a run. There's the obvious ones of the Chiefs, Bengals, Bills, Eagles, 49ers will have a good shot to all run it back.
Yeah, just wait till how old you are next time the Bucks make the playoffs. It'll be a long time.
It will be a long time. Yeah.
Okay, quick break here. Last segment coming up here. Spencer, thank you so much.
good
and
stuff.
Good day off there. You can look for Spencer somewhere down the road on a TV or podcast near you until we got one more segment. We'll be back in a second. Hit it, man.
The next round now at 205-734-0923.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
February is the month of love. And if you're in the market to buy or sell a home, you are going to love Holly Mack Wilson. What's there to love? Holly Mack Wilson will help you prepare your current home for sale and get you top dollar for it. She'll help you find your dream home and negotiate the best deal for it. And Holly Mack Wilson will find you a home anywhere in Alabama. There's a lot to love about Holly Mack Wilson. Call her today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online, hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a lovely anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Bobby, over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, did you guys ever discuss the phantom foul at the end of the Auburn-Vandy game? We talked a lot earlier about the fouls in that game, not the phantom one at the end of the game. If you're talking about the one that was called with 0.3 seconds left, though I did think it was a foul, but I don't know if it should have been called. I mean, the guy was just throwing the ball out of bounds or up in the air to end it in, 0.8 seconds. What was crazy is that he hits the guy hits a free throw and then misses one, and the sling down the court that you just thought, I mean, it was, what was it? It's 94 feet, so what was it? 89 feet sling down the court, hits the back of the iron.
Yeah.
It would have been a walk-off win for the ages if it had gone in for Auburn. How close was that for? I mean, it was close. I mean, you could sit there and throw that ball 100 times and it not be closer than it was. And he just basically, because he had 0.3 seconds to hurl it down. But you watch the replay, it gets it off before the lights light up.
I made the key error. We were out of town. I was on the road. I was listening on Sirius XM, and they score, Auburn inbounds, game ends, and I flip it back to music just immediately. I didn't know it went to review on the time. So I missed all of that until later on. So replays, I'm like, how the crap did this happen?
Well, we thought that as we watched the game, all of us were thinking, where they're going to, reset it with 0.8 seconds, that somehow there was a clock malfunction and give the ball to Auburn and let them, inbound it and try to win it or something. But that was not the case. There was a foul call, and they go to the free throw line. But I was more impressed by the hurl that almost went in. What a walk-off that would have been for the
crazy.
ages.
Yep.
67-65, Vandy holds on to it. Auburn Wednesday at home against Ole Miss, and then on the road at Kentucky. Big week for the Tigers there. New Lenardi will tell you what he says right after LT tells us about our friends at Hemphill.
Yeah, and they're offering a $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent Trane dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a Trane. Do it now. Call 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
So when you look at Joe Lenardi's new stuff, still got 8 SEC teams in there. Is that too much?
It's amazing to me. But then again, if you look at the KenPom conference rankings, and we saw what the SEC is third, I don't think you'll end up with 8. Some of that's going to I think some of that's going to filter itself out.
Yeah, I don't think any chance they end up with 8.
Yeah.
Lenardi goes Alabama, Houston, Kansas, Purdue, then Arizona, Texas, UCLA, Baylor, then Tennessee, a 3 seed, Virginia, Kansas State, Iowa State. And then you work down. Auburn is not in the last 4 byes or the last 4 in, so Auburn is still no worries at all when it comes to the NCAA tournament. Last 4 byes, Memphis, Oklahoma State, Boise State, and Nevada. Last 4 in, Mississippi State, West Virginia, USC, and Wisconsin. First 4 out, North Carolina, College of Charleston, New Mexico, Utah State, then Oregon, Arizona State, Texas Tech, and Penn State.
Well, it is a massive week for Mississippi State then. A massive week. At Missouri tomorrow night, hosting Texas A&M over the weekend. That's huge for them if they are
2 tournament teams.
Yeah, it's 2 tournament teams, and if they are themselves in the tournament, win both those games, you're out of those last 4 in.
Chances are good. I mean, they're close to being out of the last 4 in right now, which is remarkable, considering that that's the 8th SEC team, and they're not they technically could get off the bubble with some big wins this week. Thanks for being with us today. We're back with you 9 a.m. Central Time tomorrow. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America. The replay starts now.